Hmm.
Because
Because it's Christmas.
Because on this day, Gina insisted we play some Christmas music.
Yes.
It's beyond me how that song never became a standard. How did that song never become a Christmas
It's a standard for me. It's my standard.
Okay. Well, your standards are notoriously high, so.
It's true.
it's featured prominently in some Christmas movie, and so that's how I get exposed to it every year. It's like you're flipping around the channel. I can't remember which Christmas movie it is.
Is it to Bill Murray?
I want to say
Scrooged?
it might be Scrooged.
I can look.
Would seem to me. That's
Yeah,
the
it's-
Waitresses, by the way.
Yeah, the Waitress's Christmas wrapping. That's my exposure to it, is flipping around the dial at this time of year and encountering it in a Christmas movie.
It's in Fred Claus. It's in.
Oh, you've seen Fred Claus, haven't you, Carrie?
That's the one I missed.
Isn't
The
that with
soundtrack for Fred Claus.
with that little the kid, the little growing up Wonder Years kid? What's his name?
It may have been Fred Claus, and I didn't know, and because this is how I watch.
Yeah.
It's just like click, 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 and Merry Christmas, Merry. Oh, it's a Christmas movie. Click.
Fred Claus was the sequel to Paul Claus, which was the first one, and then they tried following it up with Ed Claus and Ralph Claus, but it didn't work. Yeah, it's a hi.
Hi.
It's Road Home Day.
All right, let's get going. 801-819-7300.
That's what we're here to do.
801-819-7300. That's the phone number to call. Operators are standing by to take your donations via credit card on the phone. And you can also go online. If you go to x96.com and click on the rotating banner, there's a link.
It says donate here.
It says donate here. Also, you can go to mediathon.theroadhome.org if you'd like to go directly. And when you get there, it says Mediathon Dashboard, because that's the name of it. Mm-hmm. And you'll scroll down just a little bit, and it'll say Designated Donation Station. And then you click on the little arrow, and all these radio stations show up. And we're like the second from the top. And it says X96. You click on that, and then you press Donate. And then you can do it online.
I wish they wouldn't list all of them, because looking at the other radio stations, somebody might go, I'm going to donate for X96, particularly Radio from Hell, and then they see this list of all these other stations, and they go, oh, wait a minute, but I like this station better, and they pick a different one.
Bill,
Well, even
that's
worse.
not going to happen.
Even worse, down at the bottom, it says, I love all the stations.
Yeah,
It's like a
don't-
grandma that says, you're all my favorite grandchild.
I just can't decide.
Don't.
Yeah. So where is the best place to go?
I
to
think it's
donate?
easiest to go to x96.com because you don't have to think about it. You don't have to type anything special in.
That's
You
what
just
we
go
that's
there.
what we specialize in, by the way, here at X96, doing things that you don't have to think about.
You just click on donate here, and it's pretty self-explanatory once
Yeah.
you go there. Or maybe you prefer to talk to a live person. That's why we have the phone number for you, 801-819-7300. Now, we're not there this year. We usually do our broadcast from the road home. And
Well, we're
not
always
there.
here. We're always
But-
here.
But our consultant says to make it sound more realistic, Carrie,
I'm on it.
Yeah. Have you got some
need-
background?
we need ambient noise to make
Hang
it
on.
sound
I'm getting there.
more. Because usually we're in a big tent
There we go.
with. Oh, there we go. With lots of
Yeah,
other
that's
radio
good.
stations there.
Perfect, Carrie. That's great. Thanks. I think we
Thank
gotta just-
my wife. Thank my wife for that. She said, "This is what you should do."
She's right.
801
That feels better already.
801-819-7300. Oh, yeah, because of that, look, the donations are starting to come in already because of that sound. That's great. I'm a little, and we'll be talking to people from the road home today. We'll be, it's going to be almost like we're there. Okay. So, and the point is to raise money for the road home and the homeless. That's the most important point. The second most important point is to donate money because on our behalf because we want to win. Mm-hmm. Now, is there? I think there's a match going on this hour.
There is right now. It is. Got it right here. The match is. Let's see. We've got the John M. Huntsman Family Foundation.
Okay.
Is matching this hour.
So if you call, and you can donate with a credit card, obviously, when you call 801-819-7300. Use your any credit card you have there. Not your
the one
old
that has
Diners
money
Club.
on it.
Yeah,
Use
do
the
that.
one that has money on it.
Please do that. And the operators are standing by, and they will. Somebody's just who texted this?
That's Todd.
You need the sports guy at a table right next to you talking so loud that he interrupts
Rudy
you.
Gobert signed a new contract. It's $200 million. He signed the contract.
Yeah, that's.
Rudy here
Can
for
we
5
move
more
this?
years.
Can we move the table? The sports
No,
guy.
This is great.
Is that David James?
Yes, no.
Is that who that is? So anyway, 801-819-7300. And make your donation there. Also, we have a couple of special auction items this year. You can vote or bid on an auction. Now, these are both on an eBay site, and you can find links to them at our Twitter feeds, at RFH Bill, at RFH Gina, the Radio from Hell Twitter. We'll post it everywhere. Links you go to vote on eBay, not vote, donate, a bid, I should say, on eBay. A personal concert from Blue October, a Zoom concert in your house from Blue October, and also one from Kurt Bester.
You
Now,
can think of these as Christmas gifts you're getting for somebody.
or you can get them for yourself.
Or for yourself.
Now, there are minimum bids listed there. I don't know how this works exactly, but the Blue October minimum bid is $300.
Wow, that's reasonable.
The Kurt Bester minimum bid is $500
How did that happen?
because Kurt Bester is Mr. Christmas. That's how that happened. I don't know. I don't know how it happened exactly either because when we talked to Kurt, he said I'd rather not have a minimum bid at all. I don't care. I just want to raise money for the road home.
Yeah.
And so, but that's where it is. So you can bid on those as well. I'm a little worried about Christmas this year, and I'm worried because of the coronavirus, and I'm worried because Anthony Fauci is a liar, and I just I don't
you
trust
dare
any.
go there.
I don't trust
you
anything
dare,
he
Bill.
says about
Don't you dare.
coronavirus.
Do not.
I don't trust anything he says about coronavirus now.
I strenuously ask you to not do that story.
Is
Bill.
that a boner candidate, by the way?
Oh, you bet. I'm making
no.
Fauci a boner.
Do
for
not.
this.
Guys.
He can't make these kinds of claims
Guys.
and have us trust him.
Don't do it.
All right. Let's see. No, this is not a recording of Comic-Con. Sorry.
That would sound totally different.
That would be
Yeah.
complete. It'd be, did you see it? Did you see it?
Excuse me.
Yes.
And it would also smell different.
Yes, it would.
So
no lie.
anyway, please
right.
join us here. Make donations. Now we'll be doing pretty much most of our show the same way we always do it, except we'll be trying to get money out of you.
Mm-hmm.
So let's do that.
Because that's what we do.
Yeah. You want to do check-ins?
Yes, we should. 877-602-9696.
Check in with the Radio from Hell show. Tell us what you're doing this year. Tell us how you're going to help the road home. Make your donation. Tell us what donation you're going to make, or you're going to take. Yes.
Check
Gina?
in with us because we usually have a lot of friends of the program come down and see us at the
Oh.
Road Homeowner. We'd like you to call us today and say, here's how it's our family's annual tradition that we come down and donate and see you guys. So I'd like to hear from those our regular road home visitors.
So check in with the Radio from Hell show, 877-602-9696, and we'll start the show officially coming up.
Right after these, HasterGames.com is the website, but they would like you to go down there, 6831 South State Street. Now, they're still doing the curbside service at Haster's, so if you aren't comfortable going into places yet, some of us are not, You can buy your stuff online at HasterGames.com and then drive down to the store, and they'll bring it out to you. They'll just bring it out to your car. You've been spending all this time, I have certainly, with a screen in front of your face, and you got to unplug. Unplug and play a board game from Haster Games. Best selection of board games, Magic, Pokemon, Dungeons and Dragons. Holiday gift shoppers, get gifts or gift certificates from Haster. Gift certificates is what I really recommend because you don't know exactly what the gamer in your life wants/needs, but they do. Get them a gift certificate, and then they can take it down. Pokemon Vivid Voltage, Darkness Ablaze, super popular right now. Gifts for all ages. Haster gift certificates, again, that's just really what I think is best. Pokemon, Magic, Warhammer, miniatures, miniature painting sets, D&D, board games, and dice. Locally owned and operated, that's also very important. It's 6831 South State Street. Haster has it.
Gina, most people, when you go to a party and someone turns on the TV, the party goes from within about 15 minutes to everybody staring blankly at the television.
That's true.
And not talking to each other.
That is true.
So it'll be a good thing to do at the party.
Yeah.
The point of the party, if you're having a TV party, then yeah, turn on the TV.
Yeah.
Otherwise, don't.
Yeah.
Just
Is that
a
why your
suggestion.
parties don't work,
I don't
Gina?
know.
Could that
I'm not
be
good
it?
at having parties.
When's the last time you gave a party?
I don't know. What counts as a party? Is having people over a party? Or do you have to have, like, a celebration of something?
No, I think if you invite people over, it's a party. Even if it's a family dinner, it's a family dinner party.
Oh, then we have those all the time.
Do you?
Yeah.
And the TV goes on.
No.
After dinner?
No. No TV.
During dinner?
No. Music.
Oh.
That's it. No TV.
I love people who watch TV during dinner and have TVs in their kitchens and stuff. That's just really odd,
Just
I
says,
think.
we don't want to talk to each
Yeah.
other ever for any reason.
Yeah, it's just really strange. I knew a family who had a small TV on their dinner table, and they would eat dinner and watch television.
Sitting on the table.
Yeah, sitting on the corner of the dinner table, a small television, and it was on when they ate dinner.
So they never talked to each
No,
other.
not much.
Maybe that kept the fights down.
Well, that's what I'm thinking.
Now, when we watch TV and eat at the same time, it's because usually we don't have the time to do them both proper.
So then do you take
we
the
have to
food to the
combine.
couch?
Yeah. Take the food downstairs.
When I first met my wife, I was not adverse to doing that. I was also not adverse to having a television in the bedroom, and she was against both of those things. And so we have not done them in, I haven't done them in years, and now I can't imagine doing it.
Even
I
having a TV in your bedroom?
No, God, no. No TV in the bedroom.
Why?
Especially not in the bedroom.
Why especially not in the bedroom?
Because
You don't like to get under the covers and...
Because it's useless. For me, it's useless. If I had a TV in the bedroom, I mean, when I go in the bedroom and get in the bed, you know what I do? Bonk, sleep. Within 2 minutes, I'm out. And if there was a TV in the bedroom, I would be out within 30 seconds. I mean, it would serve no use. It would just serve absolutely no purpose to me to have a TV in the bedroom.
Got to have a TV in the bedroom.
Do you always watch TV before you go to bed?
No, it gets turned on maybe once a week,
But you gotta have
but
it.
you got to have it. Those Saturday mornings when you wake up and you're not going anywhere and you're just kind of lying there, you're like, oh, let's see what's on.
Yeah.
That'd be
Let's
nice.
watch a little cartoons.
See, it'd be,
That would be nice.
you know what you need?
You know.
You need what we have is like a cabinet that you can just totally
Yeah,
shut it off.
that's
so
what we have.
So you can
Well, and then
pretend
there's
there's no TV in there until you really
the other
want
reason
one.
you need the TV in the bedroom is, well, the porn. But that's
Well, yeah.
another subject altogether. That
They have porn on TV?
Sure.
You can put the porn on.
Really?
Uh-huh.
You control the vertical. You control the horizontal.
No, the porn controls the vertical.
You know who's on the line?
Who?
I believe this is the impetus to the first all-day show.
Candace.
Candace?
Yes.
How now, you were there for the first all-day show. Oh yeah.
I was, as Carrie said, said I was the something from the radio gods, the idiot or something.
No,
Not so much. He didn't really
the
say
gift from the radio gods.
That was it, yeah.
But
And
you-
I was the one that brought the alcohol.
You are the first. You were the one who started the tradition of bringing us booze.
Exactly. And I'm so upset. Y'all got pedicures and I didn't.
Well,
I would have liked one.
well,
You should have asked.
Well, I was in and out of the house all day.
Candy Bear.
Well, then you couldn't.
And then you couldn't have
Well,
gotten
but
one anyway.
Candy Bear. I'm not sure what.
Not. Did you say Candy Bear or
Yeah,
Maddie Bear?
Candy Bear.
Oh, that's cute.
You're
Better
my-
than Candy Ass.
You're my little Candy Bear.
Who is this?
Don't you know?
No, I don't know.
Who is this?
It's your mother.
I think
Hi.
Candy's
Candy?
been drinking today already.
Candy, hi, it's
No,
Candy, hi,
I
it's Mitt
haven't.
Romney.
Candace,
Ew.
do you have any idea what you're listening to or where you are?
It's a country station, and I'm in Texas. No, of course I do, you silly gooses. That
Candy,
was ridiculous.
Candy
Don't
Bear.
call me Candy, please. My dad hated that.
It's Candace.
It's Candace, Carrie.
Yes, it's Candace.
If
still,
your dad
and I
hated
will-
that, he shouldn't have named you Candace.
Yeah.
He's no longer living. That's rude.
Well, I'm sure his feelings are hurt.
Did you call us Candace?
Yes,
she-
I did, and
she
I
did.
meant to get abused.
Okay, because I thought maybe the interns had called you and then
No, nobody
just picked your name
remembers.
out of a phone book or something. Nobody
You
remembers.
wish.
Nobody remembers what, Candace?
Any of this,
Any of
and I'm even on the CD. I'm so sad.
She's
I'm
the
joking.
she's the phone call. She's the reason.
For Carrie's
She's the
story.
reason that we
The
did that because I
story.
didn't get a chance to
Yeah.
tell my Hawaii story.
No, it
or
was your Vegas.
Vegas.
My Vegas story.
Vegas
my
story,
Vegas
that's
story.
right.
Exactly.
And
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 Carrie, I saw you at that one clothing store. I don't remember.
You remember, Carrie?
was
Oh,
was I
yeah,
was
wait
I
a minute.
was I buying my
We'll officially begin the show in just a moment, and we'll go to your check-ins. If you've called 877-602-9696, let us know what you're doing today. Tell us that you're going to participate in the Road Home fundraiser that we're doing today and tomorrow. Please let us know. Also, I should tell you the online auction items that I mentioned earlier, Kurt Bester concert, personal concert, and a Blue October personal concert. Kurt Bester has been heard. He's correct. I don't want a starting bid of any amount. I just want. They've both been put. The starting bid is $1 for both of them. Okay?
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, hopefully we get because it'll be the highest bid win. So that'll.
Yeah. And it's Kurt said I thought he was right. He said it just seems too elitist to me. Let's just raise money and we'll take what we can get. So anyway, that you can find a link to go bid on those at RFH Bill or the Radio from Hell Twitter or Gina's Twitter feed. Various places. Go there. All right, Gina.
Strong Volkswagen unlocks stronger pricing at strongvw.com.
The moon is 46.0% of full. The moon will rise today at 12:46 p.m. Today is it's winter solstice today. So, as a matter of fact, the winter solstice today was exactly at 3:02 a.m. this morning. Winter solstice, also known as midwinter or Yule, it is the longest night of the year, which means the shortest day of the year, right? This day being, of course, the 21st day of December in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2020. And we are in week 38, day number 266 of our pandemic broadcasts. We are 31 days away from the Biden-Harris administration, and we are Radio from Hell, starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Kerry Jackson, Bill Allred, and Gina Barberi. Katie, for short, is in the studio producing the show and making sure everything goes and everything is in order. We have Skip and Miriam helping out in the producer's booth, and we have you out there in the audience listening right now and dying to check in with us at 877-602-9696. So do that right now.
All right, let's go to Jen.
Good morning,
First, I
Jen.
believe.
Hi, Jen.
Good morning.
The best of the season to you, Jen. Are you okay?
Well, thank you. I'm fantastic. I actually just woke up bright and early to drive up to Montana.
Why are you going to Montana?
So I am delivering a package to the airport. I help my mom sometimes. She's a delivery driver, so
Oh,
just going to drive my own car, drive up there with my dog, and it'll be nice.
That sounds actually very pleasant.
I'm excited. Yeah, it's going to be a great morning, and I was like, I might as well call in and check in.
Okay, well, thanks for doing it. Do you have any idea what the package is you're delivering? Is it super secret?
It's a part for an airplane. I think it might be a will. I don't know for sure.
A will?
it's a well, Bill.
So you're going to, where in Montana are you going to go?
I think it's Belmont,
Don't know it.
Bellevue. I
So
don't know.
we're only
Well,
there
you know,
for 4
I might
hours.
be-
You can take us with you the whole way there.
Jen, I would suggest that you find out exactly the name of the town before you set out to go there, okay? Just peek.
It's on my Google Maps, so I'm good there.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, please, safe travels and enjoy the show while you're on the road, and maybe call us when you get back and tell us how it was.
All right. Thank you very much.
You're
All right.
welcome very much.
Thank you, Jen.
I'd like to do that.
Let's go to Monty the mailman.
Monty!
We haven't heard from
What's
Monty
up,
in a
guys?
long time.
Monty, I think about you every so often and think, well, how come we haven't heard from Monty for a long time? What's going on with Monty?
Well, Monty likes to sleep in a little bit later now. That's kind of like.
Okay, well, fine. If that's the way you're going to be.
And so the mornings of I'm going to get up and go visit the Radio Hell is kind of missing because I'm like, do I want to get up and go? No, I'm just going to lay here in bed.
So, Monty,
Lazy mailman.
has your
Lazy mailman is right.
your job has changed or your hours have changed?
I did change offices, so I don't have as long a commute. I only have about a 2-minute commute now, but I just listen to the office at this point.
Everything going okay with you?
Yeah, it's pretty much. I mean, I'm just. My wife has really bad asthma, so I'm kind of just like holding on for dear life, hoping that we can get the vaccine. Like it's kind of one of those races where it's trying to avoid getting the disease before we can get the cure.
Well,
But
there are a
other
lot
than
of
that-
people. There are a lot of people in front of you, including Santa Claus. You know.
Oh yeah, look, I'm willing to go to the last line. I just want to push my wife up to the front.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anything else, Monty?
No, just figured I'd check in and say hi because I haven't talked to you guys in forever.
Thanks for doing it.
I should
Thanks,
call
Monty.
those guys. Let those guys know I haven't died of a heart attack yet.
Okay. Well, thank you for letting us know.
All right, thank you, Monty.
All right, guys, have a good one.
Bye-bye.
See you
Talk to
later.
Let's go to Dr. Paul White is on the phone.
Good morning, Dr. White. And
Doctor.
how are you, Doctor?
Good morning. I'm going to be missing not coming down and seeing y'all and delivering my carload of feminine products.
Yay, carload of feminine hygiene products.
Yeah. Well, we're sorry that you're not going to be doing that as well, but I know that you'll make a donation online and.
Yes, and that's what I'm calling about because what I know y'all don't take song requests and you cannot be bought off, and I'm not a state legislator, but I would like to sponsor. Let's put it that way. Sponsor a certain song for tomorrow's potty break song.
Yes.
You know what the song is, and I will donate $400 this morning.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
That's
Deal.
Okay, you
So
got
that's
it.
a sponsorship.
You've got it. Tomorrow's
It's-
potty break song.
Consider it done.
Done.
I know the song you're thinking of. It's the Wham song. I know you love that
no,
song.
it's not.
Yes.
Oh yeah, yeah. Wham and Oak Ridge Boys and Holy Night. Yeah.
Well, you are from
Sure.
Kentucky.
That's true.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, Dr. White, glad to hear from you,
That is
and I hope you're well, and your wife as well.
We're hanging in there and waiting for the vaccine. She'll get it before I do. So
All right. Well, we'll talk to you again, and have a happy holiday.
okay.
All right,
Now,
thank
the
you,
best,
sir.
the best Oak Ridge Boys Christmas song is Thistlehair, the Christmas Bear. That's the, if you're going to go.
Oh, Gina.
Oh no, wait, that's Alabama.
That's
I get
Alabama.
Oak Ridge Boys in That's Alabama.
They're
Come on.
all the same. I mean,
Gina.
it's hard to tell them apart. I mean, y'all.
Come on now.
I mean,
Hey,
you know,
now you're
you know what I'm
sounding.
saying.
You know how you're sounding here, Dr. White. Let's,
You work a
I'm a
40-hour.
countryist, okay? I
you work,
admit I'm a countryist.
you work a 40-hour week for a living just to send it on down the line, Gina. All right. Okay. All right.
Happy holidays.
Thank you,
All right,
Doctor.
see you later.
All right. Okay. And we do have more calls, but we don't have time because traffic.
Oh, thistle hair, the Christmas bear.
don't do that.
Very light traffic this morning so far. I have no accidents to tell you about. Do you have any to tell me about, though? That's the question. If it's safe for you to text in what you're seeing on the roads, you do that at 33986. Make sure your furnace is ready for winter. Scott Hale is offering a furnace tune-up for just $39. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
All right.
All right, we will officially. We've already done the official opening. Oh, it's news coming up, isn't it?
Yes, news and sports with Amy Donaldson, all in the next break. Don't forget, 801-819-7300 is the call in to donate. That's where you can call and speak to a human being, or go to x96.com and donate online there. You can take
you
can
items
take your
in.
you can take your physical donations to the Men's Resource Center. They're at 3380 South, 1000 West in South Salt Lake. So if you want to take your physical donations, that's a place to do it. I think that the Chevy dealers are still taking donations today. But today, it's cutting it close. I won't lie to you. They may have left already. So Metal Shop Mark, I'm sorry. Check with the Tooele Chevy dealer and see if they still have. We'll take your donations. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be back with news and sports. Red Hanger Cleaners.
Listen, I have used Red Hanger for a long time. There's one just down the street from me, and I just have them do my shirts. But Red Hanger does laundry service, and this is a really great deal. If you go to redhanger.com, just redhanger.com, use the promo code RADIO, you will get a big deal on their laundry service. So it's subscription wash and fold laundry service. They've got these gigantic bags, and so you can fill them up and take them into Red Hanger, and they wash and fold everything. It's $99 a month. That's less than $25 a week for this giant bag of laundry. You can cancel at any time, no contract. The bags are huge, 20 gallons. You can put anything in the bag that you don't need pressed. Towels, sheets, jeans, whatever. They'll come to your house and pick it up even from Red Hanger Cleaners. It's all explained at the website redhanger.com.
It's often said that the people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah word of the day. And today's word is...
Well, today's word for LeVar and LeGrand to toss around is nominees. Nominees, nominees. This word was suggested by Radio from Hell listener Craig Cripps, who heard the word used by his girlfriend. If you have a word for us to include in these Utah lessons, please email us at radiofromhell@x96.com. And now, they're going to have at it. Here are LeVar and LeGrand and the word nominees.
Hey, LeVar, who you voting for this year? You going to vote, aren't you? I mean, you better not be thinking of skipping this election. This will be maybe the most important election of our lives. If we don't make the right choice for county assessor this year, we could ruin the fate of the county for years. This is crucial.
Keep your shirt on, buddy. I'm voting. And sure, the assessor is important. But if we don't pick the right person for surveyor, the county could go to hell in a handbasket. I mean, there'd be years of no straight lines anywhere as far as the eye could see. I mean, we'd have crooked roads and buildings that ain't square. But this year, the choice for surveyor is clear.
It is? Well, how come?
The choice is clear because the guy running for surveyor is unopposed. He's the only nominee.
Oh, the only nominee. Well, good hell. I mean, don't people realize how important the office of surveyor is?
You and me does, friend, but most folks don't appreciate straight lines and well-defined boundaries.
Well, okay. But who else you looking at that's been nominated for office? Who are some of the other nominees?
Oh, lots of others, LeGrand. Lots of other candidacial nominees to consider.
Well, I get that, but what I'm looking for is guidance here, LeVar. I don't know who to pick. Where do you find your info on the nominees for public office?
Well, when it comes right down to it, I let the Lord choose my nominees for me. I vote by the power of prayer.
The power of prayer? You mean you ask for divine guidance on the nominees and then you pick somebody based on that?
Sure do. I get myself down in an attitude of prayer and I ask, who should I vote for? And the answer will come to me. I kneel and I ask, who should I pick? And then the name of the nominee appears in my mind and I mark the spot and vote. Today, I got down and asked for guidance for several of the nominees.
Well,
and
I'll
then
be damned.
I voted.
I'll be damned. And the names of the nominees came to you then?
Yes, they did.
Well, so you're going to vote now? You're going to vote for some of the nominees now?
No, I can't vote right away. Well, with the praying on my knees, seems I've bruised my knees. They're tender and sore. I would vote today, but I need to rest. Nominees are too painful to get out there.
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah Word of the Day.
You know, he works late a couple nights a week, and then I'm in charge of dinner,
That means Olive Garden.
Which is a laugh.
which me in charge of dinner is never me making dinner.
It's Olive Garden.
You know, you could learn. You're not stupid. You could learn. It's not. No, it's probably too late for you.
Listen, there are a limited number of recipes that you can do with meat and bread. And
No.
that's
And my kids will tell you this story if you ever have them. What does your mom make you for dinner? And you know what they will tell you? Mac and milk.
mac and milk.
Because a while ago I went to make mac and cheese for them.
We have people who work for the Division of Child and Family Services listening to this show. I'm not sure you want to tell this.
And because I don't eat mac and cheese, I don't.
6:37. Let's get this going. We've got sports with Amy Donaldson coming up, but first, big boy news and opinioendo brought to you by.
Make sure your furnace is ready for winter. Scott Hale is offering a furnace tune-up for just $39. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
News. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Well, I don't think that it would be the Christmas season without a story about John Wayne Bobbitt. Do you? John Wayne Bobbitt says he has undergone 2 more amputations. But his ex-wife, Lorena Bobbitt, was not involved in any of them. Nearly 30 years after she, sliced off his... Yeah, she did.
In the night.
While he was asleep, Mr. Bobbitt has had 2 toes amputated on his right foot amid a gruesome series of health woes.
He's not
Bobbitt
allowed
said-
any appendages, apparently.
Well, he's got plenty left to go, Gina.
Oh, okay.
It's 1 penis and 2 toes, I think. Start counting what's hanging off your body and see how many you. Bobbitt tells TMZ that his right foot's big toe was amputated after a callus grew and the bone became infected. Then last weekend, the neighboring toe was amputated at a Las Vegas hospital, kind of just for fun. No, it became fractured because of the lack of a big toe, which put too much pressure on it. Adding to all of the, I don't know, there's more and more and more about John Wayne Bobbitt. I thought he was dead. Eddie Izzard.
Yay, love Eddie.
Very, very bright, entertaining actor, comedian, runner, politician. So if you're planning to cheer Eddie on during her Run for Hope project, or shout out a helpful suggestion during her stand upset, but don't do that.
No.
Keep in mind, the British comedian is now using she and her pronouns exclusively, a fact that Izzard discussed Thursday on the Sky Arts TV series Portrait Artist of the Year. I try to do things that I think are interesting, she reportedly said, when asked about taking part in the show, which features contestants drawing celebrities like Eddie. This is the first program I've asked if I can be she on and her on. This is a little transition period, says the comedian. It feels great because people assume that they just know me from before, but I'm gender fluid. I just want to be based in girl mode from now on.
Okay.
So if that's Eddie's wish,
All right.
then she certainly is entitled to that.
Good for her.
Well, the coronavirus, good old coronavirus, it's mutating, and this is causing people to panic. People in particularly the south part of England, I understand, they've discovered this mutation of the coronavirus, which is spreading very quickly.
That's the thing that's different about it, is it's more contagious. It's
Right.
not more deadly.
Has the same
it's plenty
symptoms.
deadly already, but it's past easy. So they have shut down, this is probably the story you have, Bill. You can't fly. Nobody wants anyone from the UK flying anywhere near there. And this is like in the EU, not to France, not to Ireland.
Ireland
They've
was
shut
the
it
first
all
to
down.
shut them out.
Yeah, people are cutting them off, and they're going to lock them down. Now, so it has this mutated virus has the same symptoms. It spreads quickly, but doctors say they're pretty sure that the vaccine will protect you against that as well. It's not uncommon for viruses of this nature and the coronavirus to mutate. That's kind of their hallmark, as a matter of fact.
Sure.
That's what they do. They mutate, and they do it very quickly. So people are getting very panicky, but it's maybe not that big a deal. Just take all the same precautions and get the vaccine. Here in Utah, 1,994 new cases were reported on Sunday, bringing the statewide total now to 250,964 people who have become ill with the virus. The rolling 7-day average of positive tests, 2,442, or roughly 22.76% of those tested.
Now, we never had the big Thanksgiving bump that we expected. And that's hopefully due to people finally getting the message about wearing masks and staying away from each other.
We didn't hear, but I heard some reports Friday that apparently Los Angeles and Sacramento, a lot of places.
I meant here in Utah.
Yeah, there were Thanksgiving bumps, but we were spared. We were lucky.
Yeah, here in Utah, I guess people listened to what we said and health officials said, and they limited their associations and activities, and hopefully you're doing that for Christmas as well. Hunker down, and we'll keep it in check fairly well. Dr. Fauci, Anthony Fauci, says, kids, you don't have to worry about Santa Claus. Santa Claus is going to come. He's not going to bring the virus down the chimney. I personally flew to the North Pole, and I gave Santa, and as a matter of fact, all of the elves and his reindeer, I gave them all the vaccine, and Santa's going to mask up, and he'll be coming to your house to bring you presents.
What about Krampus?
Krampus.
Don't vaccinate Krampus.
Krampus, we are sending him without a vaccine to visit Donald Trump.
Oh, okay.
That's what we're doing. So Krampus will be visiting Donald Trump without a vaccine in his system. We're hoping for the best. Let's see. Salt Lake City schools.
So it worked? The scare tactics worked? The threats worked?
Our governor-elect, Spencer Cox, tries to paint this as... we've worked out a compromise. They worked out a compromise between the legislature and the Salt Lake City School District. Because, Brad Wilson, he's a good guy, and the teachers are good people. And I don't know, I guess it worked. Salt Lake City School District says teachers will be going back into the classroom in February. Now, the caveat here is they said, we'll agree to it if you can assure us that we will all have the vaccine by then. And that's the promise. So teachers will be vaccinated before they go back into the classroom in Salt Lake City school districts, and they'll get their bonus, which they can use for buying masks and things.
It's more like a hostage negotiation than it was a compromise.
Donald Trump has been talking martial law.
Yeah.
Great.
A meeting President Trump held to discuss overturning the election result alarmed some White House staffers so much. These are people who are used to being around Donald Trump. It worried them so much that they leaked it to the press. People who are used to his inflammatory and dramatic rhetoric. But with only a month remaining until President-elect Biden will be sworn into office, Trump has been ramping up his efforts to remain president while also trying to convince millions of people that election fraud is to blame for his presidential loss. Well, that's nothing new, but a heated Oval Office meeting on Friday in which Trump heard arguments about invoking martial law to stay in office had some Trump officials sounding the alarm to the press. Michael Flynn, Trump's pardoned former national security advisor, discussed the martial law plan on right-wing television network Newsmax last week and was invited to the White House to talk about it on Friday. Now, Trump dismissed those reports of the martial law discussion, fake news, in a tweet on Sunday, but two people familiar with the matter told CNN that the plan was argued in the Oval Office on Friday, and that lawyer, Sidney Powell, is one of the people who is advocating, or this would be a possibility. Trump can say fake news all he wants, but she's been invited and has been back in the White House. I think she's coming back today to talk about stuff. So there you go with that.
So everybody said that I was overreacting. No, he never. I mean, we shouldn't be surprised. And this is the other weird part. The Army made a statement saying we're not going to be involved in anything like that. That's not our job. We're not going to do that.
Oh, by the way, Carrie, did you hear? Space Force.
Yeah.
Space Force.
Hear about this now? So in the Navy we have sailors, in the Army we have soldiers, in the Air Force we have airmen. What are they going to call the people in Space Force? Guardians.
I think you'd be all for this, Carrie. This is great news.
No. And I'll just give you a little back and forth, because James Gunn, the director and writer of the Guardians of the Galaxy movies, just jokingly said, can we sue this guy?
Yeah.
Just a joke.
Trademark.
Just a joke. So naturally a Trumpkin had to get in there and go, well, the term Space Guardian was taken in 1980 by blah, 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 and fact-checked him. And he goes, well, I was just joking, but honestly, if you want to get technical, Guardians of the Galaxy was created by Marvel Comics in 1963, okay? I was just playing, but if you want to do this, then...
Quickly, the top 10 Hollywood grossing Hollywood holiday movies. Top 10 of all
Christmas
time.
movies, okay.
Christmas movies. Number 10, The Holiday. I don't even know what that movie is.
That's Cameron Diaz, and that's Jack Black, and
no
that's
wonder
Jude
I don't know
Law.
what it is.
It's Katie knows.
Number 9, Little Women.
That's a Christmas
From
movie?
20 times. Yeah, there's a lot of Christmas in it.
Okay.
It came out at Christmas time.
Number 8, Elf. Number
Love
7,
Elf.
Rise of the Guardians. What is that?
So this isn't Christmas movies. This is movies that came out at Christmas time.
Number 6, The Polar Express. Number 5, Disney, A Christmas Carol. Disney's A Christmas Carol. Number 4, How the Grinch Stole Christmas.
Oh.
Then number 3, Home Alone 2, Lost in New York. Number 2, Home Alone. Number 1, Christmas movie from 2018, The Grinch. This is
It's a weird
money.
list.
I think Iron Man 3 should be on that list.
Yeah.
That happens.
Christmas
Is there a
movie?
lot of Christmas in
Oh,
there?
it's all Christmas. All Christmas.
Okay. All right, time for sports.
Well, let's do weather and traffic, and then we'll go to sports with Amy Donaldson.
Yeah, weather is brought to you by Winter is Here. Stop by your local Big O for the best savings and selection on winter tires. Big O Tires, the team you trust. A little bit warmer today than it has been, 39 currently, and we'll get all the way up to almost 50 for a high today. Tomorrow, slight chance of snow. That's going to be the closest snow we get to Christmas is happening tomorrow, and even that's only like a 30% chance, so maybe we'll get a little dusting. Traffic, let's see, all traffic is stopped northbound I-15 at the Provo-Orem border. This is going northbound. Plan on delays through there. And let's see if that's the only, I mean, it's pretty bad, but that's the only accident I have to tell you about. Unless you have something to tell us about, and it's safe for you to text in, you do that at 33986. Save up to $120 off Yokohama, Continental, and Goodyear tires with financing available only at your local Big O Tires, the team you trust.
All right, let's not forget, call to make your donation at 801-819-7300. It is our Mediathon for the road home again this year. It's just like being there.
Hold it down!
Please. I know the sports station is begging for calls, but please be quiet. Anyway, 801-819-7300, or go to x96.com to make your credit card donation. You can take your physical donations to the Men's Resource Center at 3380 South, 1000 West in South Salt Lake. All right. Let's go to sports with Amy Donaldson, please.
Brought to you by. Make sure your furnace is ready for winter. Scott Hale is offering a furnace tune-up for just $39. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
Amy Donaldson Sports. Break.
Hi, Amy Donaldson Sports. How are you this morning?
I'm fantastic. Thanks for asking.
Everyone in your home safe and sound?
Yes, I traumatized my dog yesterday by dressing up as Santa, but other than that, we're all good.
Oh, my.
That would traumatize me, too, I think. Why did you dress as Santa, Amy?
Well, because my grandkids can't go anywhere to see Santa because of coronavirus. So I thought, like a few weeks ago, I ordered this super cheap Santa suit online, and my intention was to ask my husband to play Santa.
Yeah.
But then I'm sort of the Christmas nut, and so I was like, I want the fun. I want to be Santa. So
cute.
Would you like to hear what Ed would sound like as Santa?
Sure.
Ho ho ho, kids. Anyway, sorry.
I probably didn't want to listen to the complaints that I have to listen to about him dressing up. So, no, actually, I wanted to do it. It was super fun. The kids loved it. So we got sort of Santa photos. My daughter had a lot of fun things to say about it. But my dogs, I had to put my dogs up because they were ready to eat me.
It scared the dogs. They thought it was someone else. All right, Amy,
one of them did.
What's going on in sports?
So, in sports, there's lots going on in sports. The Utah football season ended with a come-from-behind win, 45-28 over Washington State, featuring the former Jordan standout, Drew Lisk. I've been hoping that Mr. Lisk would get an opportunity to play. I don't know. He's a redshirt freshman, and everybody in college sports gets an extra year of eligibility because of the virus. So he could come back next year, but I'm not sure that he will. I believe he was very smart kid. I believe he was like a pre-med or something like that. So he may just go on and have a great actual, outside of sports career. But yeah, super fun game to end with. And especially because he came in after Bentley throws a interception and they just turned the game around, and super fun to watch. So the Utah players voted not to play in a bowl game. So that is the end of the season. They end with 3-2 record. BYU, on the other hand, season's not over. They're playing the Boca Raton Bowl in Florida tomorrow. I believe that game's at 5 p.m. The number 14 BYU is going to take on unranked UCF. They're coming off a loss to Cincinnati, which finished undefeated. But that's so we have one more college football game here in the state, and then you can feast on the college football playoffs and the bowl games. A lot of the bowls have canceled, especially the bowls that had struggled to make money or break even in the best of times. So there'll be a far fewer football games to watch. Let's see, Alabama, Clemson, Ohio State, and Notre Dame. They're the 4 teams that are going to be playing for national championship. Number 1, Crimson Tide will take on number 4, Fighting Irish. In that, and in the other game, it'll be the number 2 Tigers, Crimson Tide, or the Clemson, and number 3 Buckeyes. And my money is on Clemson, but we'll see what happens.
Wait a minute. You're gonna bet against the Ohio State
Ohio
Buckeyes?
State?
Oh,
yeah.
What kind of problem? What kind of problems is that going to cause in your home?
He's used to it.
All right.
The only thing I've learned is that his objectivity, and he's very objective. I think he's a pretty good fan.
Mm-hmm.
I don't do it when it's a game like this or a really critical game because he cannot handle reason in high stress situations when the Buckeyes are involved. So where I could normally criticize, I will probably not. I'll just be quiet. Let's see. In the NFL, the Jets upset their fans and pretty much everyone else by winning their first game. They upset the LA Rams 23-20. It cost the Rams their lead in the NFC West, which the Seahawks now own. But it also means that the Jets now don't have a lock on the first pick in the NFL draft.
Yeah.
So that was Tyler Huntley gets a little bit of action yesterday in the Ravens' 40-14 win over the Jaguars. There's a nice little highlight of him on Twitter. And I retweeted that. Tonight's Monday Night Football game is the Steelers versus the Bengals. And the Utah Jazz, they're going to keep Rudy Gobert. He put on Twitter, released a really wonderful letter you should take the time to read if you're even a slightly basketball or jazz fan. He agrees to a deal that's reportedly worth for 5 years, worth $205 million. But just basically said he wants to win here with Quinn Snyder and the guys he's been playing with. And they play again. Let's see, they beat the Clippers on the 17th, but they play on the 23rd against the Trailblazers. So,
okay.
In college basketball, Utah men beat up on Idaho. They next play Thursday at UCLA. Let's see, the Utah women lost to number 6 Arizona yesterday. They play January 1st, Washington State. BYU women defeated Southern Utah 84-74. They host San Francisco on December 28th. And the BYU men, they beat number 18 San Diego State 72-62 on Friday, and they play Texas Southern today at 7 p.m. And then they take on Weber State on December 23rd. I know, Bill, you're going to want to get that one on the calendar.
You bet.
So you can watch the Weber State BYU men's basketball game.
Yeah, of course I will.
Okay, and good luck raising all the money. I'm going to go make a donation myself, and thank you so much for doing this.
Okay, now remember.
Which way are you going to do it, Amy? Are you going to do it on the phone at 801-819-7300, or are you going to go to x96.com and donate online?
I'm going to x96.com and donate online because I've become addicted to online donating and buying during the coronavirus. This is going to be my 2021 habit to break.
Just want to make sure that you know you have to designate X96 when you make your donation so that we get credit for it.
That part I do know. I do know that. Yes.
Thank
you. And thanks. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll talk to you next year.
Bye-bye.
All right. Traffic, Gina, please.
Yeah, all traffic is stopped. I-15 northbound at the Provo-Orem border. Plan on big delays through that area. Crash southbound I-215 west at milepost 20 California Avenue off-ramp in Salt Lake. The left lane is being affected there. And what do you see? Is it safe for you to text us and tell us? I don't know. You let me know. Text it to us. 33986. Help save a life. Be part of the solution. Earn up to $500 this month at Grifols Plasma. Go to grifolsplasma.com for more information.
All right, so we will take a break. We will be back. Donate to the Road Home at x96.com or call them 801-819-7300. And you can make your physical donations to the Men's Resource Center at 3380 South 1000 West in South Salt Lake. We'll have more of that coming up. Stand by. It's our 2-day Mediathon. Day 1, first hour, down. All right, we got more coming up. Stand by for that. Spyhop.org. I got an email from Todd earlier who said that somebody wasn't quite sure where it was they donate their electronic stuff.
Yeah.
It's at spyhop.org. It is the Spyhop Tech Liberation Project. You can donate take your stuff to Spyhop at 208 West 900 South is where you can take that. Now, we know you're going to be upgrading your stuff, your tech at Christmas time, so donate your old stuff. A laptop or a computer can make all the difference to a student working towards graduation and future careers. The Spyhop Youth Prevention Coalition is ensuring equal access to the technology and tools that the kids need for future success. So gather your used equipment, drop off any used gear at Spyhop Monday through Friday. They'll take your donations. Here's the kind of things they're looking for. Servers, towers, desktop computers, LCD monitors, laptops, smartphones and tablets, networking equipment, mice and keyboards, power cords and cables. Lord knows we have plenty of those lying around. And go to spyhop.org to arrange donation. They will reset and restore to factory settings for phones and tablets. They'll clean them, so don't worry about all of that stuff. They will take care of that and get them to people who really need them. So go to spyhop.org for more information.
De la cena. Estoy lleno.
Wow.
¿Qué dijo el pavo de acción de gracias después de la cena? Estoy lleno.
Yes, no. Estoy lleno. Ajá.
Estoy lleno.
Estoy lleno.
Estoy lleno.
¿Qué dijo el pavo de acción de gracias después? Después. Gracias después de la cena estoy lleno. Wow.
Estoy lleno.
Wow. All right.
Okay, that's good, Gino.
All right.
And in English, Mario?
I was talking to someone, and then they said, how come Gina always says just the last word? She never said the whole sentence. Estoy lleno.
How do you say because she's very lazy?
Porque es muy floja.
Muy floja.
Muy floja. Go ahead in English, Mario.
Okay. What did the Thanksgiving turkey say after dinner?
I don't know what.
I'm stuffed.
Estoy lleno.
Stuffed.
Estoy lleno.
All right, and sentence number 2 in Spanish, please.
Algo de porra para Brigham Young. Otros para la Universidad de Utah. Yo le voy a las porristas.
Algo de porra para Brigham Young. Otros para la Universidad de Utah. Utah. Yo le voy a las porristas.
Sí.
Algo de porra para Brigham Young, otros para la Universidad de Utah. Yo le voy a las porristas. ¡A las porristas!
And that is in English, Mario?
Some cheer for Brigham Young, others for the University of Utah. I cheer for the cheerleaders.
Yay! The only way to go.
But not when my wife is around.
No.
Yep.
No. Mario, are you going to have a big traditional Thanksgiving dinner?
Yes, sir.
What will you have?
We're going to have turkey. I'm sorry, pavo.
Pavo. De acción de gracias.
What else will you have?
Usually we met at Farol.
Oh, do you?
We met at El Farol, so we all bring a dish.
Yeah.
So
and have
pavo is going to be there for reals.
So you'll have the turkey at the restaurant and then...
And then some other dishes, salads.
Yeah. And what will your wife bring? Or do you cook?
I don't cook.
Yeah, your wife will cook?
My wife will cook.
And she will bring...
let me call her.
No, it's all right. Thanks, Mario.
I don't know what she'll bring.
I'm sure she appreciates the fact that you know what she's bringing. Line. Spell it with me now. L-I-N-E. And we'll use it now in some dialogue featuring our good friends LeVar and LeGrand. Imagine, if you will, the boys have gotten together for lunch at the High Spot Cafe. The word again is line.
Well, this is good postum here to the high spot, LeVar.
Look, the words good and postum never go together, LeGrand. Now, the coffee here is mighty fine, but don't tell me there's any difference in any postum you get anywhere. It's all horse pee.
Well, I like it. And that actor guy sure must have gotten rich off on us Utahns when he invented this caffeine-free beverage. Yeah, that Tom Postum has always been funny on the Newhart shows, and he's made a great all-weather beverage, too.
Whoa. Now this song sure brings back the memories. I didn't know they had Madonna music on the jukebox here.
Well, why does it bring back memories for you, LeVar? Do you remember what you was doing the first time you heard the song?
Heard it? Hell, I helped Madonna write
The Road Home has not only provided immediate shelter to those in need, they also provide a pathway out of homelessness.
My name is Suzanne. We're a family of 6. My husband is a security guard, so he was trying to save somebody's life, and he came up to the man asking if he was okay, and the man stabbed my husband twice. He was critically injured. He went into surgery. His job contacted him because he was in the hospital for about 4 or 5 days, and they had released him. We went from having a stable income to not having anything at all. It's just all gone. Well, where do we sleep tonight? Didn't know that the Road Home even existed. It was amazing. I broke down in tears. I was like, what do you mean I have my own room?
I'm a family case manager at the Road Home in Midvale. I help connect them with resources in the community, such as eyeglasses, medical care, dental care, food, clothing, basic needs.
The need has never been greater. Please donate what you can now at x96.com.
You do follow her on Twitter at RFHGina. You're in for a delightful time.
Well, thank you, Bill. The last thing I tweeted was a link to the eBay bidding site to bid on a private concert with Mr. Christmas, Kurt Bester, all to benefit the Road Home.
Or there's one there as well for a private concert from Blue October. You can bid on those. There is no minimum starting bid, so we should go check on them occasionally, see if people are making bids on them, let people know where they are.
All right, 707. People asked how we were going to do this year. It's our 2-day mediathon to raise money for the Road Home. We usually go down to the shelter and do our broadcast, and people are asking, well, with the COVID, what are you going to do? I said, well, it's magic. It's technology. You can go to x96.com/live and you can see us. We are broadcasting from our homes. There's Katie in the studio.
That's magic right there. Runs. Holiday magic for you.
Yep, right there. It's like we're there because, I can do that and make it so that we can't hear each other.
Tell John Carter to shut up.
So it's like being there,
And you can call. Now, I'm looking at our donations so far, and pitiful is the word that I would.
Well, we are ahead of the other stations, but still, it is slower than usual for a couple of reasons. One, it didn't snow. I know that sounds strange, but when it snows, we always get big donations. And two, it's the awareness. People were like, well, you can't do that this year, so clearly they're not going to do it this year. No,
it's happening.
We're doing it right now. So call, make your donation, 801-819-7300, or go to x96.com, and there's a link there to a secure site to donate. And you can give us credit there with all the other stations. There's TV in there, too. I don't know. At least we're beating them. That's all
And you can still take your in-kind donations in. I was looking through the list of things they need. There's some different things on this list due to COVID. I don't know if you guys noticed. So it's the typical things: gloves, socks, new underwear, coats, blankets, that kind of thing. But they're asking for face masks.
Oh, yeah.
They can either be homemade or store-bought ones. They need those. Disinfecting cleaning products, Clorox wipes and things like that. And microwavable food for families who are quarantining.
So that's a good idea.
Yeah. So those are some new things this year that we haven't had to deal with in the past. And you can take those down to 3380 South 10th West.
All right. Now we've got an interview here. We should go to this.
We talked to Michelle Flynn, who is the, what is she called, the CEO, the director?
The director.
The director of the Road Home, and here's that interview. Things going. We're raising money here for the Road Home, as we have done so many years in the past, and this year's a little bit different. Because
it's a lot different, actually.
Well, yeah, it's really different, but it seems to be going pretty well. Michelle Flynn is the executive director of the Road Home, and she's with us right now. How do you think it's going, Michelle?
It's going really well. It's certainly strange not to be able to see your faces this year, but we have so much support coming in from the community. It's really inspiring.
Well, a lot of people come in person to donate often when we do this Road Home Mediathon broadcast, but a lot of people, this might be the first year, maybe they donate online, and that's what they're more comfortable doing, or they could call. What's the phone number that people can call and donate for, Michelle?
Absolutely. People can call 801-819-7300, and we've got some volunteers standing by to help you with that.
Call right now, as a matter of fact, if you would, and make sure that you tell them that you're making your donation on behalf of X96, because once again, we are insanely competitive, and we want to make sure that we raise more money than any other radio station that's here today. Michelle, tell people, give them a little taste of what the Road Home is doing and what the Road Home has been doing since moving out of the big shelter downtown.
Absolutely. I mean, it's been a year ago now that downtown shelter closed down. We are in new facilities operating shelter resource centers for the men in South Salt Lake and also for men and women in Salt Lake City at the Gail Miller Resource Center, as well as continuing our services for families in Midvale. All three of those are just working really hard. The teams there are supporting our guests to follow all the COVID protocols and continuing to focus on housing. So, despite the challenges that we know have happened this year and the additional sort of level of stress that everybody is dealing with, particularly people who are experiencing homelessness and also in crisis, there are some really bright spots. And I want to make sure that folks know that there are good things happening even throughout these challenges. For example, in the community, housing is really tight. Affordable housing is challenging to get to, but our team, working with our families, managed to find 46 apartments that were affordable and help families move out last month.
Oh, nice.
And that's really, really great.
That's excellent. Yeah, it's and people who drive around downtown and are downtown, and they still see the problem. They still see the homeless, in some tent camps and things like that along the street. That doesn't mean that this isn't working, right?
Absolutely. There are a lot of things that are working in this new system. It wasn't just creating and building new buildings. It was also really a lot of changes in the system as a whole. So there's a lot of work being done to help people divert from shelter and not need to come in the first place. The people that are sleeping outside, there's very complex reasons why that's happening. We have more outreach happening now than ever before. But there are concerns and valid.
But when you donate to the Road Home, those services go toward those people as well because you reach out to them and help them. It's not just people inside the shelters.
Absolutely. We have some new outreach teams starting to work with families who are outside as well.
Michelle Flynn, Executive Director of the Road Home. These problems continue to be addressed by the Road Home in just a great fashion, and I can't thank you enough for what you do every day. And a good way for people to thank you is to donate. Money is what we need right now. 801-819-7300. That's the number to call and make your donation. And Michelle, you I think you go in there every day and you see it every day, and I'm amazed that you can keep your spirits up and you keep going, and somehow it seems to fortify you rather than make you feel negative about anything.
Absolutely. It's a privilege to do this work, and it's a privilege to work beside our team members who are doing this 24/7.
Michelle, we'll talk to you again, I'm sure, during this whole thing. But again, people call, donate, 801-819-7300, and we'll let you get back to it. Thank you.
Thanks, Michelle.
Thank you so much.
Traffic crash southbound US 89 Shepherd Lane in Davis County. We have a crash southbound I-215 west at milepost 20. That's the California Avenue off-ramp in Salt Lake. The left lane is closed there. And I'll check over here, see if our message stream has sent anybody. It did. Thank you, whoever sent this in. Accident northbound Bangor Highway at the entrance to the 201 westbound freeway. And another friend of the program letting us know that it is now clear. Northbound I-15 at Provo Center Street. Thank you, everybody, for keeping us informed. If it's safe for you to text us, 33986 is where you do that. Make sure your furnace is ready for winter. Scott Hale is offering a furnace tune-up for just $39. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
We have Boners Round 1 coming up for you. Here are the candidates you'll be considering. Number 1, people are the worst sometimes. Number 2, well, you got what you deserve. And number 3, hey, what's Christmas without a Walmart brawl?
It's not Christmas, that's what. All right, so we've got round 1 of your boners coming up. Big boy news and opinioendo all on the way. Stand by for all of that. And don't forget to donate, 801-819-7300, or go to x96.com. It's the Road Home Mediathon, Day 1. OgdensOwn.com is a website you can go to and take a look. There are a lot of national brands in the liquor store. But as we always say, buy local when you can. And it's a pleasure to buy local with Ogden's Own Distillery. Five Wives Vodka, delicious stuff. Madame Petrini's Gin, Underground, Porter's Flavored Whiskeys, and their regular whiskey. Their latest creation, Porter's Peanut Butter Whiskey. Ogden's Own Distillery, handcrafted peanut butter whiskey, and it's you can sip it on its own. That's good. It's really
what
sweet.
I did. Yeah.
But you can also make a cocktail out of it. You can think either like a fruity preserve kind of mix or a chocolate with it. It all depends on what you're after. Just delicious, though. So this holiday season, drink responsibly and stay safe by limiting your social gatherings to just 5 wives and other locally crafted spirits from Ogden's Own Distillery. Oh, and they sent me some Moscow Mules, pre-mixed canned Moscow Mules. I think you can get those at the distillery as well. So Five Wives Vodka on sale and on the shelves at Utah's liquor stores, or you can skip the DABC by going directly to Ogden's Own Distillery, open 11 to 5 each weekday, 11 to 4 on Saturdays, ogdensown.com.
Technology.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of 2 such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! In this episode, we find our elders rendezvousing with Zone Leader Hansen on some distant planet in the BFE sector. Hey, Butch, what you got there?
It's a care package for my folks. My mom means well, but she just doesn't understand the physics involved in sending stuff from home.
Well, what you mean?
Well, the cookies she sent are fine. They're hard as a rock, just the way I remember them. It's the lime jello with shredded carrots in it that causes problems. Even in Tupperware, this stuff goes bad after a week in hyperspace. Missionaries who have eaten this stuff have been known to develop a form of space madness.
Wow. Oh, look, here comes Zone Leader Hansen right now.
I have discovered the most incredible object. It allows us to view any period in the history of any planet. We can research early church history. This discovery will allow me to get reassigned back to Earth and leave you 2 losers far behind.
Right. Glad to hear it. What's that have to do with us?
Since you weren't having much luck in the field, I figured that you wouldn't mind watching my discovery while I go back to Starbase 182 and file my report. Hey, are you eating while I'm talking to you? Give me that.
Sorry.
Say, green jello with carrot shavings. I haven't had this since I left home.
But sir, I think you ought to know that...
Quiet, Lehigh. He's eating.
Shut up, the both of you, right now. This jello tastes funny.
He's gone mad. He's got space madness. We better go after him.
Okay. Hey, what's that thing right there?
You mean that natural arch that seems to be showing the History Channel?
Yeah, that thing. What is it?
I believe that who is it would be a more appropriate question.
Is that you that said that, Butch?
No. It must have been the natural arch over there. Okay, I'll play. Who are you, and what have you done with Zone Leader Hansen?
I am the guardian of forever. Hansen has entered through me into your world's past.
Entered through you?
Well, I guess we can get back to tracking now, huh, Lehigh?
No, we most certainly can't. Huh? We need to get Zone Leader Hansen back and cure his Jello-induced space madness.
Come on now, Lehigh. He was a little weird before my mom's Jello. Are we sure he's sick?
Where in our world's history is Hansen now, Guardian?
He was asking questions about Mormon history, and about lime jello in particular. He entered as I was showing him the Relief Society meeting, where sisters first began to experiment with lime jello.
Well, if he disturbs that meeting, the timeline of church history could be permanently changed. Let's go, Butch. Will Zone Leader Hansen change church history? Can Butch and Lehigh get him to go before he does? Will the Relief Society let Hansen anywhere near their test kitchen? Tune in next time to hear Relief Society President Mulestein say...
I'm at a loss, sisters. We've tried shredded beets, cauliflower, radishes, eggplant, zucchini, and rutabaga. Nothing seems to go with this new lime jello stuff.
Excuse me, sister. I think we can help.
I don't think we should go against the Prime Directive, Bush.
How did you get in here? One wrong move and you'll see the business end of my skillet. Just like the last kid who wandered in here and tried to tell us how to conduct our business.
Other kid? Oh, hey, it's Zone Leader Hansen. She's knocked him out cold.
Nice going, ma'am. Wish I'd have been here to see it. Tell you what, we'll get him out of your way and you can go back to doing what you were doing. Oh, yeah, and you might want to try shredded carrots.
I warned you about meddling.
She's got a skillet. Run for it. Run. On the next liposuctioning episode of Space Elders.
Okay, it is time now.
Once before we go into the boners, did you see this? Apparently, Kyle in Salt Lake donated $100
Thanks,
on
Kyle.
behalf of X96 to the Road Home.
thank
and
you.
$50 from friend of the program, Jesse. They made their donations to the Road Home. 801-819-7300.
Thanks, Jesse.
Yes. Or go to x96.com and you can donate online. All right, so let's get to round one of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it'll go up against the winner of round 2. Coming up at 8:20, we'll do this again. 3 different candidates. We'll take both winners and put them against each other. Boner fight happens at 9:20 this morning. That's when you will decide boner of the day. All right, so let's get around to this. Round 1. Here we go. 2 candidates now. A third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you will vote. And one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
Well, and I'm confident in the new year you will receive it. The Can't Buy It, Gotta Win It Radio from Hell Boner T-shirt.
Here's boner candidate number 1. People are just the worst sometimes.
Yes.
This is Montgomery, Alabama.
The
Montgomery Police Department is on the lookout for a real-life Grinch after the Salvation Army reported that one of their red donation kettles had been stolen and is now being used for personal gain. Lieutenant Brian Farrington with the Salvation Army said that they're not sure how, but someone was able to steal one of their kettles and one of the stands that goes with it. And then that person is now using that kettle, ringing a bell and collecting donations. This is not good. This is not... People are just the worst sometimes. Boner candidate number 1. Proposing as a volunteer to collect money for the Salvation Army. This boner candidate number 2. Well, sorry. You got what you deserved. Despite being behind bars, Pharma bro Martin Shkreli just can't stop making headlines.
What do you do now?
Apparently it's not what he did.
Yeah.
Apparently one New York journalist got a bit lost in Martin's, it says here, got lost in Martin's sauce. As a new Elle feature reveals how former Bloomberg News reporter Christy Smythe fell in love with Mr. Shkreli while covering his various legal battles and controversies. Ms. Smythe left her husband, quit her job at Bloomberg for a relationship with Mr. Shkreli, who is currently serving a 7-year sentence in jail. I fell down that rabbit hole, Ms. Smythe told Elle of her life-changing relationship. I'm happy here. I feel like I have purpose. Smythe, who has sold the movie rights to a book about Shkreli, is still planning to wait for her baby boo behind bars, even though he now is not speaking to her because of the story in Elle.
Oh, really?
Well,
Mr.
and
Shkreli.
he's a scary, horrible person.
Well, yeah. Mr. Shkreli wishes Ms. Smythe the best of luck in her future endeavors. A statement from Mr. Shkreli.
Wow.
He's one of the most hated people in the world.
He wants nothing to do with her.
And he's, well, you know what?
I think he's only pissed because she talked about it.
Yeah.
Do people know who he is?
He's
the pharmaceutical guy that was gouging.
What was the treatment for? It was it was like diabetes or something like that.
I think it was diabetes. Yeah.
Anyway,
yeah, he made it so that treatment, this life-saving treatment, was like ridiculously expensive.
Yeah.
And he admitted it. He said, "Yes, it doesn't cost that much to make. Yes, I am charging that much. What are you going to do?" Well, we're sending you to jail. That's
Here
what
it is. He got a manufacturing license for an antiparasitic medication, Daraprim. He jacked up the price from $13.50 to $750 per pill.
Yeah.
Because he could, and then bragged about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm taking
He's a
advantage
jerk.
of sick people. Yeah. And you know what? She if he's ghosting her, she's certainly getting what she deserves. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. What's Christmas without a Walmart brawl?
Boner candidate number 3 for round 1 coming up after this. Big boy news and opinioendo brought to you by.
Help save a life. Be part of the solution. Earn up to $500 this month at Grifols Plasma. Go to grifolsplasma.com for more information.
Paul McCartney is in the news quite a bit now because he has a new record out, McCartney 3. I don't know. I liked that song that they released the video of to promote the record, and so I listened to the whole album yesterday, and I really like it. It's very good, and it's Paul McCartney singing all of the songs and doing all the voices and doing all the instruments. Paul McCartney said. Now, he's a notorious or a noted marijuana user. He's been using marijuana for many years. He makes no bones about it. He smokes a lot of marijuana. He's now saying Bob Dylan is not happy about this, but he's the guy who first brought marijuana to the Beatles, and he doesn't like it when I refer to him as the person who turned the Beatles on, but it's true.
Thank you, Bob.
I got my first pot from Bob Dylan.
That happened a long time ago. Why do we care now?
It's just an interesting little story about.
No. I mean, why would Bob Dylan care now?
Well, he probably doesn't. He says he probably doesn't care now. But
okay.
But at one point he didn't like being referred to as the guy who turned the Beatles on. Let's see. Well, Congress has done it. They've apparently come up with an agreement for a stimulus deal to provide $900 billion in aid. The congressional leaders reached a hard-fought agreement. Now, they haven't voted on it completely yet, but it looks like it's going to go through. The deal would deliver the first significant infusion of federal money into the economy since April, as negotiators broke through months of partisan gridlock that had scuttled earlier talks. It looks like people will be getting checks in the mail again. I think they were like $1,500 last time. They won't be as much this time, but people will be getting $600. Be getting checks in the mail to help stimulate the economy, and that's the only. I mean, it's the only thing that's going to get the economy rolling is if we pump a lot of money into it. Now, it'll take a long time for the federal government to recover from that, but at least we won't go into a complete depression.
And they were fighting over this for months because Mitch McConnell wouldn't budge. Everyone's blaming Nancy Pelosi. No, the Democrats have had this package together and different packages together for approval by the Senate. That's Mitch McConnell. And they were fighting over this for forever. The Democrats wanted to give $1,200.
Yeah.
And Mitch was like, because suddenly we got a Democrat in the office next month, suddenly deficits are important.
Yeah. And government handouts. These are government handouts. People are not going to want to go to work. That is such horse crap.
It is horse
crap.
crap.
Just gigantic piles of horse crap.
None of that money is enough to make people quit their jobs if they have them and stay home.
Yeah.
That's enough to just help them through.
Well, listen, we're just going to have a welfare state if we keep them shut.
Now, that's the thing, is that some crazy guy can say Space Force, and suddenly we have billions of dollars for that.
Following yesterday afternoon's announcement that London would suddenly be put into lockdown, crowds of people made last-minute attempts to get out of town. Train stations were mobbed as desperate Londoners tried to flee. Those trying to leave the city had a deadline of midnight before the tougher restrictions came up. Trains out of London appeared to be fully booked. There were no trains available from the London terminals that they checked on in Paddington or King's Cross or Euston after news that there was going to be a lockdown. The UK chief medical professor Chris Whitty advised, if you have a packed bag, I would advise you to unpack it. 4.3 magnitude earthquake near Moab. was felt by most people in Moab on Saturday evening, according to the U.S. Geological Survey. The earthquake happened in the area of Utah's border with Colorado, outside of Moab. The Kilauea.
Yeah.
What? Yeah,
that's what I was going to say. There's another earthquake.
The Kilauea volcano erupting on Hawaii, the Big Island. The Kilauea volcano has erupted, and there was an earthquake associated with that. The volcano was located within Hawaii Volcanoes National Park. A magnitude 4.4 quake also went along with that, about an hour after the eruption, as a matter of fact. The USGS said it received more than 500 reports of people who felt that earthquake, but significant damage to buildings or structures was not expected.
Earthquake warning has been issued.
Who would you pick as Utah of the Year?
Utah of the Year.
Yeah.
Don't know.
The Salt Lake Tribune has some suggestions for you.
All right.
In their annual Utah of the Year. Now, this can be just an individual person, or it can be a thing. Some of the past winners: Utah Jazz owner Gail Miller, former North Ogden mayor and fallen soldier Brent Taylor. In 2017, it was Orrin Hatch, so I discount everything. But some of the people that they're proposing this year are people that you know and love, and some of them are not. They're proposing face masks, perhaps, as Utah of the Year.
Sure.
Okay.
Things
that
like
works
that.
for me.
So.
Yeah, if that works.
Right.
Weather, traffic.
So slightly warmer today. It's actually 40 degrees right now, and we'll get up to close to 50 for a high today. Our only chance for a white Christmassy kind of situation will be tomorrow, with a 30% chance of showers. So not great, but maybe we'll hold out some hope for that. And traffic, we've got a crash northbound Bangor Highway at 21st South. The right lane is blocked, and traffic is backed to Parkway Boulevard. Let's see, we've got a crash southbound Highway 89 at Antelope. Actually, a couple different people sent that in at Oak Hills Drive, Antelope Drive, in that same general area on Highway 89. And I know you guys texted that in when you were safe to do so at 33986. Make sure your furnace is ready for winter. Scott Hale is offering a furnace tune-up for just $39. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
By the way, another nomination for Utah of the Year, according to the Salt Lake Tribune, the Kingsbury Hall fly that landed on Mike Pence's head during the debate.
That's the one. That's the winner right there. Thank you to Josh and Candace in West Jordan, $200. Nice. And, of course, because of the Huntsman family match, that's $400 now to the road home. That match going on all day. Well, yeah, I think today and maybe tomorrow. 801-819-7300 to make a donation to the road home, or go to x96.com to donate online.
And Josh and Candace said, thanks for letting us listen. And we say, you're welcome.
Thank you.
All right, here's boner candidate number 3. What's Christmas without a Walmart brawl? Shopping rage is not easing up during the pandemic, even because it's the holidays. There may be a pandemic going on, but you still have to have some shopping rage during the holidays. So there's a video of this. 2 women went from 0 to 100 real quick in a Walmart near Charlotte. And the reason? A PS5 gaming console.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, what are we fighting over?
The PS5 gaming console. The woman with the long braids in the video was getting ready to throw her punches, and she asked her opponent, "What the F are you going to do?" A man riding in a motorized cart tried to de-escalate the argument.
Perfect.
Yeah, but he failed, and after a hot minute, all hell broke loose. Hair was pulled, punches were thrown, and in the end, the woman with the braids appeared to be knocked out cold. Law enforcement sources said cops, or they did say that the cops did respond when this went down, but nobody was arrested or cited.
Who got the PS5?
Does not say.
No.
All right, that's boner candidate number 3. What's Christmas without a Walmart brawl?
All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Number 1 is people are the worst sometimes. In Alabama, Montgomery, Alabama, Somebody stole a Salvation Army donation kettle and is now using it. They haven't caught them yet, but they know it's happening. Using it to solicit donations and then keeping the money. Boner candidate number 2. Well, you really got what you deserve. A reporter says she quit her job, left her husband to date and hopefully marry Pharma Bro Martin Shkreli, but he's now ghosted her. She got what she deserved. And boner candidate number 3, what's Christmas without a Walmart brawl?
Indeed. All right, here you go. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst. Which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day? Because if it wins here, it's not Boner of the Day yet. It'll go up against the winner of round 2's voting. Yes, we do this again at 8:20 with 3 more, 3 different candidates. Get a winner there. Take the winner of each round and put them against each other at 9:20 this morning. That's when you'll decide Boner of the Day. That's when Boner Fight happens. So right now you've got to pick your champion for round 1. Send one of these forward. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text. And text that to 33986. Easy. Or you can call 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. They'll take your vote in the producer's booth. Or go to x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting December 21, 2020, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh your browser. It should appear. All right, you have until the end of these messages to do it. Let's go. This is round 1, X96.
Non-stop music for one.
I had a bizarre experience yesterday.
What?
So I don't order a lot of stuff from Amazon, but my gosh, it's really convenient. You know?
I was going to say, why not?
I mean, I don't know why I don't do it more, but it's
because it hurts local businesses.
Yeah, I'd rather shop locally.
That's the reason you shouldn't.
I'd rather shop locally, but there were every once in a while there's a specialty item I can't find, or I can't find. Maybe it's some clothing I can't find the right size or whatever. So anyway, I ordered this item. It doesn't matter what it was from Amazon. It was $10, and it was free shipping because I have Amazon Prime.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then the way they track the packages, man, it's really slick. I mean, they say, okay, the package is left here, and now it's here, and now it's here,
Mm-hmm.
and then they say the package has been delivered to your house. It's on
Mm-hmm.
your front porch,
Yeah.
and it was there at 3:15.
Yeah.
So when it said that, I went out and there was no package, and I'm looking around. I go, there's no package anywhere, but clearly it said 3:15. So I got a hold of Amazon,
Mm-hmm.
and they said, well, I said maybe it just got delivered. It must have just gotten delivered somewhere else, and they said, well, we'll just refund your money. And I said, well, I don't know, should I wait a day or two? Well, you could, but we'll just refund your money, and we'll give you a $5 credit for your trouble. And I said, okay, thanks. And then I thought, I'm not going to order that thing again anyway. I'll go try and find it somewhere else. So yesterday, the woman next door comes over and says, here, this was delivered to my house. Now, Amazon has already said they're going to credit my account for $10.
Mm-hmm.
So she comes over and says, here, this package was delivered here accidentally. It's for you. It's the missing item. So my decision then is, do I keep it and steal $10 from Amazon? Or no, I don't. So
now you're on record.
Right. Well,
This is the radio bill?
So I say to myself, no, of course I don't. And I called them.
Mm-hmm.
It was such a hassle to get them to take $10 back from me. I was on the phone for a half an hour. It's like they couldn't figure out how to do it practically.
Nobody's ever called to give us money back.
I said, I just don't want to cheat you out of this $10. Well, okay. It's like
we're not used to people.
It's just $10.
Doing the right thing.
I mean, I was on hold for 20 minutes while this woman tried to figure out how to. She wasn't quite. So either she was inept or it just doesn't happen. I don't know. But what a hassle to to give them back their $10. And I hope I still get my $5 credit.
I'm sure you will.
I hope.
Well, thanks, Ben. Today's word is krenz. Spell it with me now. K-R-E-N-Z, krenz. And now we'll use it in some dialogue starring as LeVar and LeGrand, our two lovable Utah boys. Let's join them now as they eat burgers and watch kids playing at the McDonald's Playland. Again, the word is krenz.
Woo-hoo! Sure is fun to watch them little ones in the ball crawl, ain't it, LeVar?
Sure is. Makes me wish I was a little tyke once again. We didn't have no ball crawls when I was a spud.
Oh, I know. Best we could do was use the rolled-up socks from our sock drawer. Used to throw 'em in a kiddie pool and then crawl around in 'em.
I remember.
How's your burger?
Well, pretty good. How about your chicken noogies?
Oh, tasty. Pretty smart way you figured out we could get these Happy Meals. They don't like us adults to order them for ourselves.
Damn betcha. Just tell them that your kids have gone over to the Playland and you're ordering up for them. You know, them high school kids that work behind the counter don't give no rat's butt about it anyhow. They just serve them up.
You know, I think this is the best deal, too, because the Happy Meals always got surprise in them. A couple of months ago, I got a Catwoman core in mine.
Yeah, I was trying to collect all them Jurassic Park Happy Meal stuff. I didn't get the sick Triceratops, and I missed the Alan Grant figurine, too. That was when I was in court on that DUI.
I told you to quit drinking. Oh, hey, looky here in my Happy Meal. It's a McDonald's Land coloring book devoted to the adventures of Mayor McCheese. Ooh, boy, this coloring book even comes with a little box of crayons.
Oh, this is a box of crayons? I thought these was candies. Crap, I've been eating crayons. You know what, they ain't too bad. Hey, can I die from eating these crayons?
Well, in USA Today, there was a story the other day about how some crayons made in China is full of lead or some kind of radioactive material. I don't remember which. But if it's lead, I know that can cause brain damage.
Well, I hope there ain't no lead in these crayons. I hope they got some radioactive stuff in them instead. Then maybe I won't have to have this tumor operated on. Hey, you gonna eat your crayons?
Help yourself.
Owners.
Oh, look at that. We got a $50 donation to the road home from the Kingsbury Hall Fly.
Oh, good. Now,
wow.
It's nice.
KH Fly, I just want to say that 50 is now 100 because of the Huntsman family match that is happening right now. So way to go, Fly.
Yeah. This morning's boner is brought to you in part by Tamales.
And gear up with Level 9 Sports December Deals sale with huge savings on select ski and snowboard gear. Full-service tune shop, ski boot experts, and lowest price guarantee. Shop safely at their 4 retail locations or online at level9sports.com.
Boner candidate number 1 was, people are the worst sometimes. An Alabama thief stealing Salvation Army donation kettle, posing as a volunteer and collecting money for themselves. Boner candidate number 2, well, you got what you deserve. A reporter says she quit her job, left her husband to date Pharma Bro Martin Shkreli, one of the biggest pieces of excrement on the face of the planet. And boner candidate number 3, hey, what's Christmas without a Walmart brawl? A brawl over a PlayStation 5 at a Walmart in, I think it was Charlottesville, ending with a woman getting stomped on and knocked out cold. Joseph won the boner T-shirt, or the promise of one, and by 1 vote.
Really? Wow.
So there were substantial votes for all of them. But by 1 vote, boner candidate number 2, well, you got what you deserve. The reporter who was going to date and marry, I think was her plan, Martin Shkreli.
All right, that's your winner of round 1. It now goes forward. Might be boner of the day. Round 2 happening at 8:20. 3 more, 3 different candidates. The winner there will go up against this winner at 9:20 this morning. That's when you'll decide boner of the day with boner fights. All right, coming up, Bill Frost talking TV. We got round 2 of your boners on the way, but Gina, right now, I know you think that it's not Christmas until we talk to the good-looking Santa.
I am. Now, Gina, you weren't around. I think I was the only one there.
Yeah, I was.
Yeah, Carrie had to go someplace, so it was just
They
me
took my gear, yeah.
talking to the good-looking Santa. But
Now, I posted a
he's-
picture this morning of us from last year with the good-looking Santa. You see what I mean?
He's a great guy. He was very sad that he couldn't be here this year, and he loves Gina.
All right, here we go.
Well, I don't know how he finds the time to. Well, yes, I do know how he finds the time to do this every year, because it's such important. Yes, it is.
Merry Christmas.
It is the greatest person ever. It's Santa Claus,
Merry Christmas to all of you.
Merry Christmas, Santa, or as Gina likes to say, here he is, ladies and gentlemen, the really good-looking Santa.
Well, thank you, Gina.
he's a handsome Santa Claus. And how many years have you? Now we've been coming to the road home to do these fundraisers, Santa, for, I don't know, 15, 20 years. But you've been there longer than that, haven't you?
Well, I've been involved with the Road Home since its existence. But the Mediathon that I was first involved in was in 2003.
Oh, not until 2003, huh?
So this would officially be Christmas number 18. And it's, as we all know, it's evolved quite a bit since those early days. And I'm just so blessed to have been a part of it, to share and help and assist and generate the goodwill that we've all done through these years.
There are so many children in shelter, Santa. It's heartbreaking sometimes to see, but it's also really just remarkable to see how those kids respond when you come around and talk to them and interact with them. That must be is that the best part of the job for you?
It just warms my heart. It's absolutely the very best, and many folks aren't aware how many people, how many children, how many folks are in need all the time. Not just during this unprecedented time with the illness, but nearly any year I can remember. There's always so many folks in need, and we only have to look in our own backyard to find them to help. And that's I believe the beauty of the Mediathon, of the telecast, is that it gets the word out, the awareness, it generates income, of course, but it generates goodwill and assistance year round.
If you want to call right now, by the way, folks, and while we're talking to Santa and make a donation, you can make it on behalf of X96 and the greatest person ever. No, not me, Bill Allred. Santa Claus. The number to call is 801-819-7300. That's 819-7300. There are people there who will take your donation right now. Santa, you have a busy schedule in December, but you always find time for the road home. It must be very important to you to do that.
I'm so grateful to be there, to be here, to assist. And I must say, Santa really doesn't have favorites, now does he?
No.
X96 is between you and I, Bill. You know what I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, you're not saying that we're your favorite, but you're saying that we're your favorite.
Yeah, I didn't say that.
No, you didn't. But you're saying. But what you're saying is that X96 is your favorite. That's what you're saying.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Santa, I know that it's you've got a lot to do today and tomorrow. You're going to just be all over the place with the road home. One last message for people. What's the important thing to remember this time of year with the road home?
The most important thing for all of us, don't lose the magic because of what's going on, because things are so different this year. Things are not normal. We can't hug. We can't touch. We can't do things that we normally do. The magic of Christmas is still with us.
Santa, that's beautifully said, as always. Thank you so much. Nice to have you here, and we will be together again, I'm sure. Thank you, Santa.
Thank you so much. Merry Christmas to you all.
Oh,
Aw, Santa.
love Santa.
There we
Feels better
go.
after hearing from Santa.
Yeah. And again, you can donate via phone, 801-819-7300. Operators are standing by to take your donations over the phone. You can go to x96.com and find the link there to donate to the Road Home. And you can also make your physical donations down at the Men's Resource Center. It's at 3380 South, 1000 West, or 10th West, if you'd like, in South Salt Lake.
That's for
But,
the things like gloves, hats, blankets. They're looking for diapers, especially sizes 5 and 6, but all sizes are needed. Plus size clothing, boots, blankets and bath linens. And new this year, other things they're needing, face masks. They can be store-bought or homemade ones. Disinfectant cleaning products, Clorox wipes, that kind of thing. And microwavable food for families in quarantine.
Nice.
All of that needed. So thank you for your donations so far. We seem to be leading.
Let's go. We should mention there are 2 virtual concerts available for you to bid on for the road to raise money for the Road Home at a separate site. They're on an eBay auctions page. There's a special. This is personally for you. A concert which will be zoomed into your home from Blue October. And this would be, it's not a full concert, it'd be like 3 or 4 songs or something. So that's really cool. And the other one is from Mr. Christmas himself, the ever-charming Kurt Bester. Kurt was unable to do his live show this year because of the coronavirus. And so we thought it would be nice to make a little bit of, so maybe your mom would really like to have Kurt Bester and he says, I'll do it on Christmas Eve even.
Wow.
From my house. So go to, if you go to, what's the best way?
Our social medias. So I tweeted it, Bill tweeted it, I think Katie retweeted it too. It's just a link. So go to our Twitter, and I don't know if Katie put it on the Facebook page too, but if we could put it on the Facebook
we need to
page,
put it somewhere where people can find it because it's not on the website, it's not on the Road Home's donation page, so we're going to have to put it a place where people can find it. Too many directions here. All right, we will take a break. We will be back. Bill Frost telling us what's on TV this week coming up. We got Round 2 Your Boners on the way, all that and more. Stand by. BigOTires.com. There is a location near you, and you will find it at that website.
And you can get $120 savings right now on Yokohama, Goodyear, and Continental tires at Big O Tires. So make sure your car and your tires are ready for the winter weather.
BigOTires.com. There's also coupons there, just so you know. This is the thing is that I never, my dad taught me, he says, you don't need snow tires. You just need regular tires. And then I find out, I love you, Dad, but you were wrong. These are made specifically for cold weather. It's not snow tires; they're winter tires, and they grip the ground differently because of the cold weather.
They're a softer material. They're made, and great people that work at Big O. It's not just Bill that they know when he pulls in; they know all their customers.
Get a free alignment right now at Big O Tires too. All you have to do to find a store near you is go to BigOTires.com.
The holidays are...
So, I've been thinking about something as I've been on this trek. This has really been kind of the hardest thing I've ever done in my life. Walking along, and this is a staggeringly beautiful country. The vistas are almost indescribable. You see, we had a very good view of Mount Everest, Sagarmatha, today, and it looks tiny down at the end of the Khumbu Valley, it looks very small because we're walking past mountains we're very close to mountains that are huge, like Amada Blam, which Dean has summited. How high is Amada Blam?
A little over 23,000 feet.
That's, of course, Dean Cardinal. So we pass mountains like that, and they make Everest look small. 5.5 hours today on the trail, very difficult, and I've had a lot of time to think. And the other day, something just popped into my head when we were trekking around, and I thought, when we get to the monastery, I'm going to cut all my hair off. It's not I talked to my wife, and she said, why are you going to do that? And I said, well, I don't know, it just popped into my mind, and I'm kind of tired of dealing with it on the trail. My hair is always soaking wet from sweat, and she said, is it a spiritual thing? And I said, well, maybe kind of it is. It is kind of. It's a humility thing, and I feel very humbled by this experience, by what I'm doing here. It's very difficult. I see people around me carrying 200 pounds on their back, and I can barely make it up the hill with 8 pounds on my back. And a Geljan Sherpa says, Bill, can I take some? Let me carry your water. Let me, I am humbled by this experience. And now, don't get me wrong. I'm not going to come back and be all weird and religious or anything like that. But it is a humbling experience, and I'm going to go to the monastery here at Tengboche tomorrow sometime, and I guess one of the monks will shave my head, and you'll hear about it on the radio. That's it for now from Tengboche, and namaste, everyone. Namaste.
Here's what Kerry Jackson is doing when he's not on the air.
Well, Kelly, our session is nearly over. So let's get right down to it. What would you say is your biggest problem?
Oh, I'm just a little depressed. I don't know why.
Well, perhaps it's something holding over from your childhood. Tell me about something of your memories from your youth.
Well, one of the distinct memories I have is when my 2 older brothers were playing basketball in our room, and Peter went up for a layup into the garbage can. Greg didn't block it, and the ball bounced down into the living room and broke Mom's favorite vase. I told him over and over, Mom always says, don't play ball in the house.
Carrie?
Yeah?
That was an episode of the Brady Bunch.
Oh. Okay. I do distinctly remember when we almost had to get rid of my dog Tiger because we thought that my sister was allergic to him, but it turned out just to be Tiger's dog shampoo, and so...
That was also an episode of the Brady Bunch.
Yeah, that's right. I do remember when some bullies at school were picking on my little sister because she had a lisp.
Brady Bunch, Carrie. Brady Bunch.
God, Doctor, you've been right all this time. I have been living in a fantasy world. God, this is so embarrassing.
Is there some sort of traumatic event that happened to cause this?
I never got over the fact that our maid Alice was married to that butcher Sam. God, I wanted her for my own.
Excuse me for just a moment, please. Mrs. Greenlee, could you please send in Mr. Chunga to collect his friend? Kerry's session is now over.
Here's what Bill Allred is doing when he's not on the air.
God, Kerry, you must have had a rough session in there.
Yeah. It's good to get out into the air and walk around, though. Gee, just when I think I have it rough, look at that poor bum in that dumpster across the street.
Yeah, I see that guy over there all the time. I think he sleeps in the dumpster. He looks kind of familiar, but I just can't place him.
Oh, boy, looks like Kerry and Chunga across the street. Thank God they didn't spot me. Oh, man, there is some really cool stuff in here today. Wow, a tuna can. Oh, cool. I think there's some tuna in it.
Okay, it is 8:05 right now. Oh, let me get the sound back up so it's like we're there. Here we go.
There. Oh,
You're
man.
ruining the illusion, Carrie.
I want to go back and get some donuts and coffee.
Too late. John Carter hogged them all. It's too late. All right. It's our usual Mediathon is happening this year. Not so usual in that we're not down at the homeless shelter. Next year, I'm sure we will be.
Oh, yeah.
But this year, the COVID. So we're doing it virtually, magically, however you want to put that.
But
Science and magic.
The need is still great.
Greater than ever, I think.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And you can help a few different ways. You can call 801-819-7300. You can go to x96.com and click on the donate button there and donate with your credit card there. Or if you have in-kind donations, blankets, coats, hygiene items, that kind of thing, you can take them down still. They're accepting in-person donations at the Men's Resource Center, 3380 South, 10th West.
All right.
We have raised more money than anybody else on the board right now. But the needle is not moving. We can't shoulder this. Okay, make a big donation now, somebody, on behalf of X96. Just do it.
801-819-7300 or go to x96.com and make your donation via online. All right, Bill Frost, brought to you by...
Don't settle for lame TV and slow internet. Let CableTV.com guide you to the best cable, satellite streaming, and internet services near you. Visit CableTV.com today.
Well, here he is, Bill Frost, Mr. Frost, as I like to call him. I don't know. I just say hi, Bill. Bill is... Hi, how you doing?
Okay.
Good. Bill is a writer, a fine writer. He writes a monthly column for Slug magazine called Content Shifter. He is also a podcast host. He has TV Tan, that's the podcast, and he's a musician, the band Magda Vega. Where can people find all of your various enterprises, Bill?
You can find all of that at billfrost.tv.
Okay. So I took your advice, and I guess you kind of advised that The Wilds is a pretty good show.
Yes.
My wife and I started watching it, and it's kind of hokey in certain respects, but all in all, pretty damn good. The Wilds
on Prime Video. Yeah.
Yeah, on Amazon.
I just finished up watching also on Prime Video I'm Your Woman, starring Rachel Brosnahan, which also premiered last week.
Oh, okay.
It's a movie set in the 70s, kind of a crime thriller. Really good. I'd recommend that as well.
That's on Prime?
Yes. And she's very Mrs. Maisel-like in that.
Okay.
You might not even recognize her, actually.
I probably won't. What do we got this week?
This week and next week, got a few new things. Tonight, actually probably right around now, the season finale of a show we didn't talk about, but I will now because you can binge it all. Industry on HBO and HBO Max.
Industry.
Just imagine Billions. It's set in the world of finance, but it's in London, and it's younger, less white, and has a whole lot more of the sexing going on.
Oh, let me make a note of that. Industry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Industry, yes. And, of course, coming up on Friday is this little independent flick that's taking the underground by storm, Wonder Woman 1984 on HBO Max.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard of it. I don't know much about it, but I hear it might be good.
I don't like it.
It takes place in 1984.
Yeah.
So that
means I will love it.
That means fanny packs, Gina. Fanny
that
packs.
means I will love it.
Yep.
I don't
and
shoulder pads.
Pants.
I don't like it because Chris Pine is in the Wonder Woman movies, and you wouldn't know it.
Sure you would. He's all over it.
That Wonder Woman overshadows him.
Well,
everybody talks about Wonder Woman.
Let me just say this, Bill.
Yeah.
Chris Pine wearing a fanny pack.
Yeah.
So reason enough to tune in right there.
I guess. Right. I didn't never see the first one, so I don't really know what I'm
it's so
talking
good.
about. No,
it's
I never.
So good.
I love that movie.
It
It's
really
not
is.
not one I got around to for some reason.
When she comes up out of the trench.
That
she's
trench
saving
scene
the day? That's
is
the best scene.
that's some of the best superheroing on film that you'll see.
Okay.
That trench scene, absolutely. All right.
What else we got?
Coming up on Saturday, the 26th, season 9 premiere of Letterkenny on Hulu.
Yes.
It's from Canada. This is a show that I have friends who absolutely love it, and I have friends who absolutely hate it. So
It's been around for a
goes
long
both
time.
ways.
Been around for a long time, hasn't it?
Yeah, season 9. They're short seasons, but still, it's been around for a while. I remember watching this on Canadian bootlegs. That's how nerdy I am about TV shows before it premiered on Hulu in America. And yeah, it's not for everyone, but
I was just going to say
you,
that.
it's hilarious if it's for you.
Yeah, exactly.
Going into next week on Wednesday, the 30th, since we won't be here next week, a special on Prime Video called Yearly Departed. It's a year in review type show, but it's a bunch of female comedians, including Tiffany Haddish, Rachel Brosnahan again, Sarah Silverman, Natasha Leggero, and others, basically doing eulogies for the year 2020.
Okay.
You had me at Natasha Leggero. She's funny, so I'll be there.
Yeah, if you go to x96.com and look at the trailer, you get an idea of what it's going to be like. And the 31st, last day of the year, on Netflix, the final 8 episodes of The Chilling Adventures of Sabrina.
You know,
It's over.
I kind of liked that show for a while, and then it just got. I stopped watching it.
And on Friday, the 1st of January, Doctor Who: Revolution of the Daleks, a BBC America movie. We'll see the returns of John Barrowman as Captain Jack Harkness and Chris Noth. Yeah. And those wacky Daleks are at it again.
Well, they are wacky, aren't they? Now, did we talk about the George Clooney movie last week? Did you mention it?
Possibly. I might have left that to the movie guy.
Yeah.
That's right. It's opening in the theaters first, but it's going to be on Netflix. I think on the 27th is what I want to say. And it sounds fascinating.
Yeah.
George Clooney in a end of the world dystopian, just what we need.
Sure.
I believe you mean Jim Clumby.
Jim Clumby. Yeah.
Jim Clumby or Jordan Clumby?
It was Jim Clumby.
Jim Clumby.
One of them,
George
I don't
Clooney.
know.
Did you watch? Is there more new stuff, Bill? that you want to
There's a
talk
couple
about?
more things
Okay,
here.
go ahead.
On Sunday, January the 3rd, a new series called Call Me Kat, starring Mayim Bialik. She stars as a woman who's single at 39 and opens a cat cafe.
No thanks.
Uh-huh.
About any of that.
Nothing really caught me until you said that, and I thought, hey, that might be kind of interesting. So weird.
Yeah.
I like it.
Crazy
And
cat
also,
lady.
Yeah, also premiered on Sunday, January 3rd, a new sci-fi fantasy series on BBC America called The Watch. Looks like a lot of fun. It's about monster hunters in England, and it looks like a lot of fun.
The Watch on BBC America.
The Watch, yes. And for your holiday needs, I would recommend you find on-demand Letters to Satan Claus from the Sci-Fi Channel. It is the feel-good holiday hit of the season.
Sure.
Talked about it last week.
Yes. Anything else?
That's it for the new stuff.
That's enough, I'd say.
Did you watch the first episode of The Stand? Anybody?
Not yet. We're going to let it build
I'm
up.
going to wait. Yeah.
I did watch it. It's pretty good, and I would assume it'll get better. But it jumps around in time so much that it's a little odd. I think some people have a hard time.
Had mixed reviews, but I'm going to check it out when all the episodes are available.
All right. Well, thank you, Bill Frost.
Thanks.
We'll talk to you again. Have a happy holiday.
Yes, thank you very
You
much,
too.
sir. Traffic, Gina, please.
Crash on northbound Bangor Highway is still blocking the right lane and shoulder just before the 201 freeway ramp. Traffic is back to 31st South. Have a vehicle on fire southbound I-15 at 21st Street in Ogden. The right shoulder is being affected there. And let's see, I was checking our message stream to see if any text had come in. They haven't, but if you do see something and it's safe for you to let us know, 33986 is where you do that. Injured in an accident, everyone deserves an advocate. Call 801-355-5550 or go to UtahAdvocates.com.
All right.
Boners round 2 coming up. Here are the candidates you'll consider. Candidate number 1. It was the dog. The dog was driving. Boner candidate number 2. I think that the ACL Utah is going to have to hire a new lawyer.
Ooh.
And boner candidate number 3. I sued him and I won.
All right, 801-819-7300. Call to donate to the road home. It's day 1 of our Mediathon happening right now, or you can go to x96.com and make your donations there. All right, you ready? 3, 2, 1. Well, if you want to sell your home in a hurry, Josh Stern is really the guy because he's got a whole bunch of people lined up waiting to buy homes.
Yeah, eagerly waiting for homes just like yours that you want to sell. You might have been hesitant to put your home for sale up right now. Don't be. Josh Stern and his team have all of the techniques to safely show your home, starting with like a virtual tour. They'll just come and take a great video of your home and people can virtually tour it. That's one way to do it. Another great thing is that they're going to sell it for you quickly. Josh can do this because he has a team of people working for him and a list of buyers ready to buy your home. They're selling homes in 28 days and for about 4% more money than other agents in Utah. Now, how do you get a hold of them? A couple different ways. You can go to sternteam.com or you can call them 801-444-9100. Josh sells hundreds of homes a year, and yours could be one of them. He'll also help you find a home if you're looking one. Do all of that for you. Just go to sternteam.com.
Technology has
Hello, X96. Oh, hello, Bert. Bert, calm down, okay? Look, hang on a sec, okay? We'll talk to you on the speakerphone. Hang on just a second. Bill, it's Bert.
Oh, man. Bert, again? That's the third time this week.
Come on now, the guy's going through some real tough stuff right now. We may be the only friends he has left.
Well, why can't he call and cry to Dom?
Dom DeLuise has deserted him, too. I mean, look, let's talk to him. I mean, he's really hurt.
Oh, all right. Put him on the speakerphone. Okay. Hi, Bert. It's Terry and Bill.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm fine.
Bet you're real excited about that Cop and a Half movie finally coming out, Bert.
Bill, Cop and a Half has been out for a year, and it was a stiff. Bert, I saw that movie. It was great. I bought my own copy. You were great. That kid sucked.
Yeah, sorry, Bert.
Thank you.
Well, hey, how's Lonnie doing?
Bill, Lonnie dumped him some time ago. Don't listen to him. She's a lying bitch, Bert. You're better off without her. And she looks like hell. Yeah, she looks like a mortician does her makeup.
Yeah, she looks awful, Bert. Not like you. You look great these days.
Yeah.
Saw you on Evening Shade the other night, Bert. Hey, you doing something different to your hair?
Jesus, his hair fell out years ago. Nobody can tell, Bert. It looks great. Very natural.
Oh, yeah, it's very nice. You must be paying big money for those rugs.
Oh, listen, Bert, I'm real sorry. I mean, you call us up so that we can cheer you up, and, well, I just don't think we're doing a very good job.
No.
Bert, is there another old friend that you can call?
I know, Bert. You ought to call Dinah. What's Dinah Shore doing?
Way to go, Einstein. Dinah Shore has been dead for months.
Oh. Well, how about we have him call Sally Field? Is she still alive?
You idiot.
Here's what Bill Allred is thinking when he's not on the air.
Gotta think up some new features for Radio from Hell. Spice the show up. Maybe we could do a top 10 list. No, every morning show has ripped that idea off from Letterman. What about bringing back that character I used to do? PBA bowling champ Wayne Zahn. God, no. That was stupid then, and it'd be stupid now. What about a character who can read minds or predict the future? No, that's too much like Karnak. Double time checks might make things sound snappier. It's 7:27, 27 minutes after 7. Geez, that's stupid. God, I just know I'm going to be thinking about this all day.
Here's what Kerry Jackson is thinking when he's not on the air.
Oh, we gotta start working on this new Space Elders bit for this fall. And maybe we should call it Elders in Space. No, that's too much like pigs in space. Space Elders, that's it. Man, it's gonna take a lot of production, music, and sound effects. Good acting jobs by Bill and Chunga, which is next to impossible. Maybe I'll ask the janitor to do a role, even he'd be better than those guys. Man, this Space Elders is going to take a lot of work, but it's really going to spice up the show when we get it going. Man, I'm going to be thinking about this all day.
Here's what Jimmy Chunga is thinking when he's not on the air.
Pudding, chocolate pudding, vanilla pudding, butterscotch pudding, rice pudding, tapioca. Oh man, I love pudding. Jello pudding pops, chocolate and vanilla pudding swirled together. Oh, pudding. Oh, pudding. I'd kill everyone in this room for one spoonful of sweet pudding.
All right, 8:23 right now. Don't forget the phone number to call to make donate. Oh, here we go. There, it's like we're there.
Yeah, oh, that's better.
It's the Mediathon, day one. It's 801-819-7300 to donate to the Road Home, or you can go online at x96.com and donate there. All right, let's go. Round two of your boners. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote. Of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day? It'll be going up against the winner of round 1's voting. We did that an hour ago. This is round 2. We'll take both of our winners and put them against each other at 9:20. That's when boner fight is. That's when you'll decide boner of the day. So pick your champion for round 2 right now. Here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote. One of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
In your email inbox, an electronic gift certificate to Diversion Eatery. Go to diversioneatery.com to see their menu.
Here's boner candidate number 1. Hey, it was the dog that was driving, okay? It was the dog. It looks like the dog forgot to keep his paws on the, at 10 and 2, like you're supposed to.
10 and 2, Sparky.
In early December, police in Comox, Canada, this is up there in Canada, were called after a car had ended up in a ditch along Lazo Road. Once on the scene, the investigating Canada officer found a woman and her dog in the car. The woman told the officer that the dog had been driving. Police said that they
He's sober, I'm not. That's why I let him drive.
quickly determined that the woman was under the influence of alcohol. She was then issued a 90-day immediate roadside prohibition after refusing to provide a breath sample. According to ICBC, whatever that is, pets should be buckled up, just like people, if they're in the car, because they can be injured just like people can if there's a car crash. Having your pet properly restrained can prevent them from escaping, flying forward in your vehicle, or being hurt in the crash. And under no circumstances should you let them drive. Boner candidate number 1. Hey, it was the dog. The dog was driving. Here's boner candidate number 2. I think the ACLU Utah will probably need to hire a new attorney.
Oh, no.
A brand new ACLU of Utah, that's the American Civil Liberties Union of Utah, staff attorney was booked into jail early Saturday morning for firing a gun at a car with his children inside.
Oh, my God. Really?
Wow.
Aaron Kinnikini. Aaron Kinnikini was arrested on 1 count of aggravated assault, 3 counts of domestic violence in the presence of a child, 1 count of criminal mischief, 1 count of unlawful detention, and 1 count of discharging a firearm. On Thursday, the ACLU of Utah announced the recent hiring, as before all this happened, obviously, the recent hiring of Mr. Kinnikini as the affiliate's staff attorney. Previously, Mr. Kinnikini served as the legal director for the Utah Disability Law Center. According to arrest documents, the mother of at least 3 of Kinnikini's children came to pick them up, and when the mother and the children were in the vehicle, Mr. Kinnikini allegedly stood behind the vehicle, preventing them from leaving. Kinnikini says the vehicle drove at him at a high rate of speed. This is his account of it. And he used a handgun to fire at the car. The shots that were fired hit the driver's side of the front and rear and the front and rear tires. The shots, nobody was injured, fortunately. Kinnikini is currently being held in the Salt Lake County District Court jail with no bail. Boner candidate number 2. I think the ACLU of Utah is going to have to hire a new attorney. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. I sued him and I won.
All right, boner candidate number 3 for round 2. Coming up after this, Big Boy News and Opinioendo brought to you by.
During this season of inspiration at Young Mazda, lease the new 2021 Mazda CX-5 Sport all-wheel drive for only $245 per month. See their selection at youngmazdautah.com. Young Mazda, think young, drive young, offer OAC.
You know, this just goes to show if you hang around long enough in show business, if you have some sort of longevity, some sort of record of excellence over the years, you will be recognized at some point in your career. It may not be until the end of your career, but you will be recognized. As Keith Richards of the Rolling Stone has been recognized, he has the distinct honor of having a cockroach named after him.
A cockroach?
A cockroach. The Rolling Stone guitarist.
Because he, like the cockroach, will live forever.
That's exactly what they said.
Yes.
The Rolling Stones guitarist is celebrating his 77th birthday. He shouldn't have lived past about 22.
Probably.
Because of all the things he's done to himself. And the Children's Museum in West Hartford, Connecticut, has recognized him with a Madagascar hissing cockroach. Keith and the cockroach have great survival rates. And there's a picture of the cockroach with a shiny new miniature guitar inside inside the cockroach's enclosure. It says here, miniature bass guitar I don't know why they would give the cockroach a bass guitar.
Yeah, Keith
is not the bass player.
No. Maybe they were. No, they're scientists. They don't know.
Yeah. The cockroach is at the museum, and they really did put a little tiny guitar in there with the cockroach. Well, see, if I could only survive so long in the radio
You want a
business.
bug to be named after you? Is that what you're saying?
Something slimy. I want something.
A slug?
It's like, hey, there
a
you go.
mollusk of
Yeah.
some sort?
How about a clam? Let's see, Utah, the coronavirus. They're saying our ICU, the critical care units at the hospitals, at 99.4% capacity. The state reported 2,408 new COVID cases yesterday and 8 deaths. The federal government is apologizing to the state of Utah for sending fewer doses of the vaccine than had been promised. I don't know exactly why that happened. There have been some, on the federal level, there have been some screw-ups.
Not great planning, it sounds like.
Yeah, and not been great example setting. You know, Mike Pence has gotten the vaccine in public. Joe Biden and his wife, Dr. Biden, that's her first name, Doctor, have gotten, I believe, well, they're about to get the virus, the coronavirus vaccine. I'm trying to think, Kamala Harris and her husband both are going to get it, publicly get it. But the one example setter, the chief example setter for the United States, he's not gotten one, has he? He's not.
Well,
he's not
he
said, "I will go on
Yeah.
camera and do it."
If he has, he hasn't done it on camera because I don't think he wants us to see his arms.
Yeah, maybe that's.
I think that's got everything to do with it. The one that people are most outraged about was Marco Rubio.
Oh, and Lindsey Graham,
that.
both of them, yeah.
I was going to mention this. Maybe save it for a boner candidate. I just saw this one.
Yeah.
Rubio, who was an
anti-mask guy. He's one of the few people who kept calling this just the flu and
COVID
a
denial.
hoax and all that. And
he's
he's
a
40.
younger guy.
He's 49
Yeah.
and he's healthy. Yeah,
Yeah.
but he, of course, jumped right up and said, "Here."
Yeah, he got the shot, and has Lindsey Graham is doing the same thing.
Lindsey got it. Yeah.
Mhm.
Mitch
Well,
McConnell.
These are important legislators.
Yeah.
No, I want all of our frontline workers to get them first.
All the
please.
frontliners,
We
and
have
then
none of
the frontline workers, and then radio people.
Well, I want the service industry to get it
Yeah.
before us. You know, the service industry
we
needs
get
it.
to work from home. We shouldn't get
we
it
can
for
do
a
it.
while.
People who work selling me liquor need to get that
Exactly.
vaccine as soon as possible.
Exactly. That's a service.
Yeah.
Oh, and speaking, I just got this text. I know this is kind of random, but I just wanted to shout out and say thank you to all of those who have left water and snacks for us delivery drivers.
Oh.
It truly is the biggest help to get us through our days. Also, please stop ordering pet food. That crap is heavy.
Utah's inmate population has some of the highest risk for contracting COVID-19. According to latest data from the Department of Corrections, there are 1,193 active cases of COVID in prisons in Utah. A vaccine would help alleviate some of the challenge in controlling the spread of the virus inside the prisons, and the Utah Department of Health does indeed plan to give a vaccine to inmates in the coming, it says here, in the coming months. They are confined, and rightfully so, but that is a big problem if they just keep passing around.
Exactly. And people forget that a lot of people work at prisons and then go home and they're going to pass it to their family. And
So they need to get to them as soon as they can. We were talking about the Salt Lake Tribune suggesting people to vote for Utah of the Year. It's a contest a feature they do every year, and they suggest certain people you could vote for. My favorite suggestion was the fly that landed on Mike Pence's head for Utah of the Year. That is That's a great idea, and that's a Utah fly. That's why it counts as a Uton. But Dr. Angela Dunn is on that list as well.
Yay,
Yes.
Dr. Dunn.
It says here, earlier in the year, when the governor and the legislators were leaning on the state epidemiologists to paint a rosier picture of the virus, she wouldn't do that, and she stood her ground, and it almost cost her her job. The past 3 months have proved how much they should have listened to her in the beginning of this.
Well, Travis the Pieman suggested a trifecta of Mayor Aaron Mendenhall, Mayor Jenny Wilson, and Dr. Angela Dunn.
Oh, yeah.
That'd be a fine trifecta.
Yeah. And tonight, you should be able to see the Christmas star, is what people are calling it.
Has been 400 years since we've seen that, right?
Yep, 400 years. And it's the planets are aligning, and Jupiter and Saturn will be so close together it'll look like one star. If you go out tonight and look in I think it's the southwestern part of the sunset. So as the sun is setting and it starts to get darker, go out and look at just over the horizon. It's not going to be there very long because it's going to set. The two stars will set. So go out and look for it. What did they say? Well, I don't know when. I'll look and see when sunset is and let you know. That's when you should go.
All right. 801-819-7300. We're doing it now. It's our 2-day Mediathon raising money for the road home. This is very important. It's the money that they need to keep the lights on and the heat on. And
all year. This fundraiser right now, this money has to last all year long.
So call and make your donations. Operators are standing by. 801-819-7300. Or you can go to x96.com and donate via secure site with your credit card. Or you can take your physical donations to the Men's Resource Center. They're taking them for you right now at 3380 South, 1000 West, or 10th West in South Salt Lake. All right. Sports weather traffic.
Rudy Gobert is going to be here for a while and get paid handsomely for it for the Utah Jazz. 5-year extension worth $205 million, and he wrote a nice letter to the Utah Jazz fans that you should go read.
I would hope so.
Yeah. Jazz play again, let's see, Wednesday night at 8 p.m. they play the Portland Trailblazers. Weather, a little bit warmer today. We're 40 right now. We're going to get all the way up to a toasty 49 degrees today, mostly sunny. Best chance this week for some additional Christmas snow will be tomorrow, and even that is a pretty slight chance, only 30% chance of snow, but we might get enough of a dusting to be on the ground for us for Christmas, and a little bit colder tomorrow to hopefully make that snow happen. Traffic, we have, let me refresh this. Crash northbound Bangor Highway, still blocking the right lane and shoulder just before the 201 freeway on-ramp. Traffic backed to 31st South. And a crash northbound SR36 approaching Erda Way. Cars are on the right shoulder there. And let me check our message stream, see if friends of the program have sent in anything. Not lately, but if you do see something you want to pass along and it's safe for you to text us, the text line is 33986. Make sure your furnace is ready for winter. Scott Hale is offering a furnace tune-up for just $39. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
All right, boner candidate number 3. I sued him, and I won. A 42-year-old man has won in court after he sued his parents for wanton destruction of property, after they threw out his prized collection of adult magazines and films. The question now becomes what his treasure trove was worth. Seriously, though. So the guy, he'd gotten divorced, 42-year-old David Working, got divorced, moved back in with his parents in 2016. He later moved to Muncie, Indiana, and the assumption was his parents would deliver all of his belongings to him, including the dozens of boxes of adult magazines and films that he had collected, some of which are irreplaceable.
But there's the internet. Everything's all on the internet. Why is it irreplaceable?
No, this is because this is a collection, Gina. This is an
Okay.
archive.
Curated.
Yeah. His parents tossed out his glorious collection, and the dad said he was doing David a favor. Dave's dad later would write in an email, "Frankly, David, I did you a big favor getting rid of that smut."
And your mom threw away your best porno mag.
Well, he sued them, and he won.
He did?
Yes, he did. Now they just have to determine how much the damages
Because it's his
are.
property. They throw
right.
away
Wow.
his property.
Boner candidate number 3. I sued him, and I won.
Okay. Let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. It was the dog. The dog was driving. That's what a drunk Canadian woman claimed when her car ended up in a ditch. Boner candidate number 2. I think the ACLU will probably have to hire a new attorney. This is the newly hired staff attorney for the ACLU Utah, allegedly firing a gun at a car with his children inside the car.
Wow.
And boner candidate number 3, I sued him and I won.
Okay, here we go. You've got to decide of these three candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. If it wins here, it goes up against the winner of round 1's voting. We did that an hour ago. We'll take both of these champions and put them against each other. Put them in the Boner Dome at 9:20 this morning. That's when you'll decide Boner of the Day with Boner Fight. All right, now you got to pick your champion for round 2. Send one of these three forward. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win this round. Put that number, that single digit, in the message of a text. Text it to 33986. Or you can call the producer's booth. They're happy to take your voice vote at 877-602-9696. Or go online, x96.com. And once you donate to the road home, then click over to the other window and vote for Boner of the Day, December 21st, 2020. This round you can vote for. Refresh your browser if that box does not appear right away. Okay? You have until the end of this break. Let's go. This is round 2.
When Radio from Hell concludes.
Lair. Spell it with me now. L-A-I-R. Lair. And now we'll use it in some dialogue featuring our two good Utah friends, LeVar and LeGrand. LeGrand is planning a wedding for one of his many daughters. LeVar has come over to LeGrand's house to borrow a cup of sugar when this conversation ensues.
LeGrand? LeGrand, where are you? Can I come in? Yep. Back here in the kitchen, LeVar. Come on back.
What in heaven's name are you doing, LeGrand?
Well, as you know, LeVar, my little girl, Tabiona, is getting married this weekend.
Right.
Well, I'm putting on a wedding, and it ain't easy or inexpensive for that matter. I'm saving myself some money by making the wedding cake myself.
You can make the cake cheaper than the ones you can get at Horman's? You know, the ones that come with the plastic balloons or rainbows on them?
Oh, yeah. And I can make a bigger wedding cake, too, for half the price.
Huh.
I found a recipe here in my old copy of the Ensign. How to make a big wedding cake for cheap. Look here at the picture. It's a 7-layer cake.
Boy, howdy, that is a beaut. How many layers is it?
7.
7?
1 more than 6, 1 less than 8. 7 layers.
Looks yummy. Hey, what's in each layer?
Sugar and Lord.
Good Lord, LeGrand. That ain't 7 layers, that's only 2.
Listen up, LeVar. I mix some Lord with some sugar to make the Lord sweet. I put that between each one of the cake layers to sort of glue them together, and then I cover the whole thing, all 7 layers, with another huge glop of Lord mixed with sugar, except that's dyed pink. Hence, a 7-layer cake.
Oh. Well, what's the decoration you put on that then? Like candy hearts or them little silver BBs or anything like that?
No, but we got an old Barbie and Ken doll dressed up in wedding clothes. One of the little kids is making a cute gazebo-type thing out of Play-Doh. We're putting that on the top layer. It's going to look like a real wedding cake.
Oh. Hey, who's your little girl marrying, anywho? What's his line of work?
Well, he's a nice young man from Magna named Laurent. He's a bricklayer.
Here's what Carrie and Bill are doing when they're not on the air in the distant future. The year 2525.
Oh, hello, boys. Oh, hello there, Chunga.
It's about time you showed up.
Sorry. Still got about an hour before airtime, though, boys. Thought maybe I'd change the brine in your pickle vats before we start the show.
Yeah, good idea. Mine's kind of reesty and cloudy. I mean, I can barely see you through the glass.
Yeah, and my liquid isn't conducting the electrical impulses I need to blink my eyes.
You guys are amazing. I don't know of any other guys in radio who could have lost their bodies to disease, had their heads preserved in vats through the miracle of cryogenic science, and still go on with the show. I bow in the presence of greatness.
Yeah, and if I still had an ass, you'd be kissing it right now, buddy.
Hey, come on, leave the kid alone.
All right.
He won't change the brine before we have to go on the air if you keep insulting him. Hey, any word on when our audio animatronic bodies are going to be ready, Chunga?
Well, I called Disney, and they apologized for the mix-up with the last bodies they sent you boys. But, Bill, I thought you looked pretty cool with your head on Little Mermaid body.
I wasn't any better off with that body than I am as just a disembodied head in a pickle vat. Who could walk on that tail?
Yeah, the Country Bear Jamboree body they sent me was ridiculous. I think Bill and I are going to be much happier when they send the Chip and Dale bodies.
God, ain't technology wonderful?
You said it, brother.
Only here in the year 2525 could two disembodied heads kept alive in pickle vats do a radio show.
And still come out to be about number 15 in the ratings.
Do you guys mind if I wait to change your fluid? I gotta go to the head.
The head. Real funny. What a comedian.
What?
Oh, nothing. Hey, watch out. You're jostling my back.
Ouch!
Help, pick me up. I'm going to die.
Hey, now maybe I can get a full-time gig on the Radio from Hell show. I knew someday I'd get ahead.
Get ahead. Now that's funny, Chunga.
Funny.
All right, let's award round 2 of your boners.
And that's brought to you in part by Jilly.
Nice. And?
There, I need to turn that on.
What? These are microphones, Gina, and when they're off, they don't really...
Wait a second. Well, Gina, what with all the confusion down here at the homeless shelter?
That's true.
You occasionally forget.
And the sports station's yelling over there. It's hard to hear and know where we are. Gear up with Level 9 Sports. December deals sale with a huge savings on select ski and snowboard gear. Full-service tune shop, ski boot experts, and lowest price guarantee. Shop safely at their 4 retail locations or online at level9sports.com.
Now, boner candidate number 1, not one person voted for that.
Really?
It was the dog. The dog was driving.
Nobody voted for that.
People like driving dog, I guess.
The boner candidate number 2, I think the ACLU will have to hire a new lawyer because the newly hired staff attorney for the ACLU Utah has been arrested for allegedly firing a gun at a car with his children inside. And boner candidate number 3, I sued him, and I won. A 41-year-old man suing his parents because he's 42. He should have known better. 41, I would have excused it, but 42, he sued his parents and won the lawsuit because they threw away his prized adult magazine and film collection. Now, Margot won the Diversion Eatery gift card, and the clear-cut winner of today's round 2 was number 2. I think the ACLU will have to hire a new attorney.
All right, that's your winner of round 2. It now goes forward to Boner Fight. It might be Boner of the Day. We'll find out when it goes up against the winner of round 1's voting at 9:20 this morning. That is when you decide Boner of the Day with Boner Fight. All right, as you can hear, we're...
Yeah.
The louder, faster, funnier morning show may be louder and faster and funnier than us, but we're raising more money.
For the road home is what we're talking about.
Yes.
801-819-7300 is the phone number to call and donate. Or you can just go to x96.com, click on the Donate Now button, and give them your credit card and donate that way. The match is still going on this hour, the Huntsman family. So say you're saying, I can't give as much as I usually do. Well, your money is automatically doubled when you donate this hour.
So if you do $10, that becomes $20 thanks to the Huntsmans.
You know, one of the things we miss about being at the road home is a lot of friends of the program come down and say hi. And they bring us cookies and stuff.
Yes.
So we can't do that this year. So when you make a donation at 801-819-7300, and you make it on behalf of X96, just give us a little shout out, and they'll pass it on to us if you do that, because we'd like to know that you're out there and doing it. All right.
Yeah, let us know. All right, 801-819-7300 is the phone number. You can call and make your donation on the phone, or you can go to x96.com and click on the links there to get to the Road Home site. And be sure to give us credit, please. Thank you. All right. Geek News brought to you by
Young Mazda. Lease the new 2021 Mazda CX-5 Sport all-wheel drive for only $245 per month. See their selection at youngmazdautah.com. Young Mazda, think young, drive young, offer OAC.
Thank you. Brand new episode of Geek Show Podcast available now. Name of the episode is The Buttery. Yes, I'll be in the buttery.
That's where the butter is.
Yes, that's where we keep downstairs. It's the buttery.
Yes.
So in that episode, we do not talk about the season finale of The Mandalorian. We do not give away any spoilers about it at all, because we feel like you're going to binge it over the holidays, and that's when you'll get your surprise. So stay away from social media and entertainment sites if you have not seen the season finale of The Mandalorian. It's everywhere and hard to avoid, but we're doing our part to make sure you avoid it. Enjoy it as it happens to you. All right. Let's see. Now, there is something that you can do, because we got Wonder Woman 1984 is premiering on Christmas Day on HBO Max. And
so it's a re-release from the 1984 movie of Wonder Woman?
As far as you know, yeah.
Okay.
But that's available. But you can watch the first minute and a half of it, 2 minutes of it, I think, right now, online, if you just go look it up. Sadly, no, there is no Chris Pine in the first 2 minutes. Sorry.
Well, I'm not doing it then.
Sorry. There's that. So go look that up. But speaking of Chris Pine, to keep you interested, he has agreed to star in... This project has been kicking around for a very long time in Hollywood. The Dungeons and Dragons movie. Chris Pine is going to star.
Is he going to be a dungeon or a dragon?
A dungeon master, I'll bet.
He'll be a fighter thief or something like that. If you know your Dungeons and Dragons people. Elfling or something. There is no plot details at this time. He just announced, I'm going to be in that, so look for me. Here's something else that you can watch over the holidays. On the 27th specifically, here are some words that don't usually go together. Black Mirror and comedy.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Okay.
The creators of Black Mirror have set a star-studded cast for an upcoming comedy special at Netflix called Death to 2020. It's a comedy event. It's going to be on the 27th on Netflix. It's a landmark documentary-style special. Will star Samuel Jackson, Hugh Grant, Lisa Kudrow, Kamal Nanjiani, Tracy Ullman, Samson Kayo, Leslie Jones, Diane Morgan, Joe Keery, and a whole bunch of people. I would play you the trailer for it, but that darn old Samuel Jackson and Leslie Jones swear too much in it, so I can't.
We were enjoying it off air a little bit. But.
Yeah, I can't play it for you. The synopsis from Netflix reads, 2020, a year so, insert adjective of choice here. Even the creators of Black Mirror couldn't make it up, but that doesn't mean that they don't have a little something to add. Death to 2020, comedy event that tells the story of the dreadful year that was and perhaps still is. So that'll be on the 27th on Netflix. Look for that. Here's something I did not know was happening. So it's weird enough that Disney World is open.
Yeah.
But did you know that, you know on the rides, like on Splash Mountain, for example, and there are other rides that do this, but I'm using them as an example, you get your picture taken.
Sure.
Right.
As you like going down the hill. So it's everyone going, oh,
Down the big log flume.
Yeah, and then you go at the end of the ride and you look for the TV monitor that has yours on it, and you can see it, and you can buy it if you want and everything. Well, guests began to notice, first of all, that it was taking longer than usual. And then they began to notice that face masks seemed to have been mysteriously photoshopped onto their faces.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, I take two things away from this. Why aren't they wearing face masks?
That's one.
And two, is it Disney worried that it's going to look bad that they're not wearing face masks?
That is my thought. But once they were called out on that, they've stopped doing it. It remains
how about
unclear.
you just enforce people wearing them? How about that solves both your problems?
The company didn't elaborate on to why it was doing this. It's more than likely an appeal to positively influence the behavior. But they said that it was just a test thing that they were doing for future stuff that they had
I don't
planned.
want fake Photoshop masks. I want actual masks on people's faces.
So they have stopped doing that. And finally this, George Clooney.
Jim Clumby?
Is out talking about his new movie that's coming on, I think it's on Netflix, the one with his crazy hillbilly beard in the future.
Yeah.
And people have been asking him about, strangely enough, the movie Batman and Robin. Because Geek Internet is kind of going back and re-examining that movie, and Geek Internet, I disagree, Geek Internet saying, it's not as bad as you remember it.
Isn't that the one that everybody sort of hated? It was the...
Yeah, well, I mean, it's one of them.
I mean, really bad.
I think they hated the Val Kilmer one.
So they asked him, says, what do you think about this? And he just reiterates, he says, no, it's bad.
No, you were right the first time.
Says that this is what he says. The truth of the matter is, I was bad in it. Akiva Goldsman, who's won the Oscar for writing since then, he wrote the screenplay, and it's a terrible screenplay. He will tell you this. He says, I'm terrible in it. I'll tell you, Joel Schumacher, who just passed away, directed it, and he said, yeah, it didn't work. None of it was his fault, he says, though. He says, that's a big machine, that thing. You have to remember, at that point in my career, I was just an actor getting an acting job. I wasn't the guy who could greenlight the thing. So don't blame me, but it is bad. Your instincts are correct.
It was.
So there you go. All right, traffic, Gina, please.
Yeah, the only thing I have to tell you about is this crash northbound SR36 approaching Erdaway. Is Erdaway part of your commute? Probably not, but for some of you, that might be an issue this morning. That's the only issue. Nobody sent anything in via text in a while at 33986. If you do see something and it's safe for you to send it in, that's the place you do it. Injured in an accident? Everyone deserves an advocate. Call 801-355-5550 or go to utahodvocates.com.
Yeah, I'm driving out to Erdaway. I work in the cat litter mine out there. I mine cat litter out in Erdaway.
That's right. There's a country song written about that.
Yep.
All right, 801-819-7300 is the number to call and talk to a very nice person. Operators are standing by, and they will take your donations for the road home right now at that number, 801-819-7300. Or go online to x96.com. Yes, we're down here with all the other
Yeah,
radio stations and
Carol
TV.
Lee and Tyson and Bridget all called in and donated on behalf of X96.
Thank
Bridget,
you.
$100. Carol Lee, $25. Tyson, $40. That's very nice.
That is
Thank
nice
you
of
so
you to
much.
do that. But yeah,
And
we're doing
the
it.
match is going on, so all that money is doubled.
It's So if it's $10, it becomes $20, thanks to the Huntsman family. So that's happening today. And tomorrow as well, we're going to be doing this. It is our Mediathon that we do every year, 2 days of broadcasts. Well, not from the road home this time because of COVID, but we're there in spirit. So 801-819-7300 or x96.com. We will take a break. We will be back with more after these. KXRK Provo.
I think I'm going to have a guy with a gun, come and sit out in my backyard and kill raccoons.
You tried to do it the nice way for how many years have you been trying to do it the nice way?
And you know what we do now is we remember to lock the cat door at night, so the cats can't get in or out, and neither can the raccoons.
Look, I told you what you have to
Last
do.
night we're in the house, forgot to lock the cat door. It was 8 o'clock. My wife starts downstairs. There's a raccoon sitting on the basement floor, going, what's up? Okay, I guess I'll leave now then. Off he goes. Just makes a mess out of it.
Flipped a little raccoon birdie.
Yeah, they do. They like flip her off. I've not seen them in that regard. She has a couple of times, but I go down. She goes, "Oh my God!" I go down, and there are those little footprints in the water all over the basement floor.
I tell you what you need to do. You need to find someone who has a big dog and rent it.
Yeah.
And tie them up with a long leash out back so they can cover the entire backyard. And I'm telling you, after a week, those raccoons will send out a message through the Raccoon Network. This place is no longer safe and we can't come here
I'd
anymore.
rent you Sadie Girl,
And
but I don't think
no.
she'd help.
No, you need a real dog.
Can't I just come in?
I would go get those raccoons, but it's on the tile. I can't go. There's tile in the basement.
It's
and
just a pain to have to remember to lock the damn cat door at night.
I'm telling you, you borrow a good dog for a week.
Work.
And they'll do it.
Yeah.
I can't loan you my friend Van's dog, Chase, who killed my raccoon, because he is an escape artist when it comes to leashes and collars.
So you
He'd
couldn't
get
leave
out.
him out there.
Yeah, he is an escape artist. There's just no way.
I don't know though. I guess maybe I could put up with it for a week, but I'm not particularly a dog person.
You're just-
that I'm going to
yeah.
have a dog barking in my backyard.
Well, just borrow it for a week, and the raccoons will be gone. So
Or-
you just look at it that way.
Or you need to go to the next Mountain Man Rendezvous.
Get a guy with a gun.
And there'll be a guy
you
there.
want a new coonskin cap? Come to my house. Kill yourself a hat, Daniel.
All right, I get to keep them though.
Yes, you keep whatever
You bet.
I get to keep the whole thing. You don't want any of the meat, do you?
No. Just kill yourself a hat and
Okay,
take
so
the meat.
let me see if I understand
Yeah.
this. I get to camp out in your backyard
Yeah.
for a week.
Yeah.
I get to keep the meat
Yep.
and the skin
Yeah.
and the hide.
Except I want the tail for my
Well,
antenna.
hell, no, that ain't no good. That ain't no good. See,
my car
that's the
antenna.
most valuable part.
Okay, you can have the
I
tail.
need the whole.
You can
animal.
have it. You can have it.
So you're telling me I get to keep every coon I kill?
Yeah.
I get to keep.
Yeah.
You got it. I'll be there.
Could I have one tail for
No.
for the Prius?
I'm sorry. No.
Tonight on the Channel 2 News at 10, it's Rod Decker, Undercover. What goes on behind the counter of your favorite burger joint? Are you getting more than you bargained for when you order it to go? Should we pay fast food workers more? And just what's in those deep-fried chicken pieces everybody orders? Our undercover reporter, Rod Decker, puts on a paper hat, a uniform, and a plastic badge with the name Bob on it, and he takes his hidden camera to uncover the truth about fast food.
Okay, Bob, I'm your manager. We'll start you out on the counter and see how you do.
Very good, sir. Hello, may I take your order?
Yes. I'll have a big burger, a 6-piece chicken thing, and a large root beer.
Would you like fries with that?
No. If I had wanted fries, I would have asked for fries.
So what you're telling me is that you don't want fries with your order.
That is what I said, isn't it?
Bob, you're slowing us down here. The customers are backing up. Let's move you over to fries for a bit. You work out there. We might be able to promote you to grill. You screw up, buddy, you're out of here.
Okay, then.
Oh, hey, Bob, I'm Ted. Welcome to Fry's. Pay no attention to the assistant manager. One community college management course, and he thinks he's Ray Kroc.
I see. So what's your story?
I just need some spare cash. I don't see myself cleaning out the shake machine 10 years from now. Hey, Bob, Bill's brother here is smuggling a keg back from Evanston. Big beer bash tonight. You want to come?
So what you're saying is that there will be an illegal supply of alcoholic beverages available tonight.
Yeah. Hey, wait a minute. You're Rod Decker, the Channel 2 news guy. Hey, everybody, it's Rod Decker.
I'm afraid you're mistaken. My name is Bob. I'm just an everyday high school student trying to get by on minimum wage.
Hey, you are Rod Decker. Give me that paper hat. Did anyone tell him what's in the deep-fried chicken pieces?
No.
Good. Now back to work, all of you.
There you have it. Fast food workers seem to be high. The weak links, like me, get weeded out in a hurry due to first-rate management techniques. As for minimum wage, it seems to be enough for these kids to have beer money. And the deep-fried chicken pieces are still a mystery to me. This is Rod Decker, Undercover, KUTV News.
I like your shirt, by the way. New shirt?
No.
What?
Old shirt.
You never wear it, though.
No, I don't.
Why not?
I don't know.
It's a nice shirt.
I don't wear it very often.
Well, you should.
Okay. Great.
I gave you a compliment.
Then maybe I will. I will wear it as often as I ever do, which is not often. It's a shirt that I bought. I remember exactly when I bought this shirt. It's when there was an Old Navy over here on 4th South.
Mm-hmm.
Over there
Where
on 4th
Trader
South.
Joe's is going to be.
Yeah. And there was an Old Navy there, and I went in there one day, and they had this big pile of shirts on the floor. I'm not kidding, as Old Navy does sometimes. And they said all of the shirts in this pile are $1.20. I'm not kidding. $1.20. And I thought, this shirt being $1.20, that's a negative money.
Yeah. It costs more than that to...
Yeah, there's more material in this shirt. There's more little, Vietnamese or Singaporean child finger blood in this shirt from sewing the buttons on. And so I bought it for $1.20 off the floor at the Old Navy.
You would not think that.
It's not. It's just a dumb shirt.
You should have kept the receipt in the pocket. My sister bought a coat
But we
once.
never do a 120 time check, Gina. So.
My sister bought a coat once that was on sale, and it ended up being $7, and she kept the receipt in the pocket so that anytime anybody said, I like that coat.
Her sister, Minnie Pearl.
No, Mikkel.
Just to
I
prove.
like that coat. She'd say, $7. No, it's not. I have the receipt. She kept it in the pocket.
Right there. Right there.
$7 coat.
That is the see again. That's the kind of thing that the Barbary girls.
It's Christmas.
For God's sake.
And boy, just during that song, I was looking at the totals, and it not only did we shoot up in donations, all the stations did.
Well, you know what that tells me.
That they haven't been updating it correctly.
some big donor came in and said,
Well,
pass it around to everybody.
I was going to say, because there were several stations that had nothing. And then now all of a sudden, they're all kind of evened out.
Yeah, that's.
So
I think
But it's a Christmas miracle. There you go.
They're donations for the road home we're talking about.
Yeah, the road home, 801-819-7300 is the phone number to call and donate. You can also go to x96.com, click the donate button, and just use your credit card there. Or if you have in-kind donations, yes, they're still looking for those this year. Seasonal items like gloves and hats and coats, boots, socks, brand new socks. That's an easy...
That's an easy
not
one to do.
expensive thing for you to donate that they always need. And this year in particular, they've added some things to the list. They're looking for face masks, either homemade ones or purchased ones if you have those. They're looking for disinfectant cleaning products, Clorox wipes and that kind of thing. And they're also looking for microwavable food for families in quarantine. That way it's an easy thing for them to hand them and they can stay sequestered out from other people. And all of those items are being accepted at 3380 South 10th West in South Salt Lake at the Men's Resource Center.
We want to thank Carol Lee, made a donation of $25. Tyson did $40. Now remember, each one of these totals double it because the Huntsman family is matching. Bridget, $100. So that means Bridget, $200 right there to the road home.
Hey.
And they need this money every year to keep the facilities' lights on, the heat on, all of that stuff. So go to x96.com and look for the links there. That's one way to donate. Or you can call 801-819-7300. There are operators who will take your voice call and talk to you and take your donation that way. Or if you have those physical donations that Gina was talking about, take them to the Men's Resource Center at 3380 South 10th West, 1000 West in South Salt Lake. And here is a text, Gina. Yay, it wouldn't be Christmas without this song on Radio from Hell.
You're damn right it wouldn't. Bill was bitching about it off the air, and I don't know why.
No, I was just saying I didn't need really to hear it again.
I did?
A lot of times we just turn off the song we're playing. Well, and you got to hear it. You're fine.
It's Lil Augie Rios, Bill. It's a Christmas
The little
tradition.
kid goes peeing out the window. Why is he
peeping.
peeing out the window?
He's peeping.
He says, I'm out the window, I'm peeing.
No, just peeping.
He says peeping. You listen closely. He says he's peeping out the window. I don't know why he's peeing out the window.
Bill, I think you need a little Christmas spirit, and you should embrace these Christmas songs that we're playing.
Here's the problem. The problem with the world is that everyone is always a few drinks behind me, okay? That's the problem.
Everyone?
I heard that quote over the weekend.
I'm going to steal that. That's my
it's
sign-off, by the way.
It's something that Humphrey Bogart once said. The problem with the world is everyone is always a few drinks behind. I liked that a lot.
Our attorney Ed Brass, when I talked about the surge in numbers during that song, Ed Brass is saying it's another liberal late night vote dump.
That's what
they were backing up these trucks that they said were full of food for the homeless shelter, but no, it was votes.
Because us liberals are leading in this drive, so there you go. We are in the lead.
But it's, I mean, all that's positive, but I'm looking at, they're only 20% of their overall goal right now. And it's critical time of year for the road home because the money they raise now has to last them all year long to provide all of the services for the homeless. And not just in Salt Lake, they provide services for homeless all over the state.
I keep being. I'm remiss. People don't seem to think that it is the telethon time.
Oh yeah,
because we don't have that. So
yes,
it is.
This way, it's like. Hey, would someone tell the mix to be quiet?
Louder, faster, funnier over there.
I saw something before we go to break here. I saw something accidentally. I don't usually watch these things that pop up on my, various things on my computer. But it was a YouTube video of a clip from the Jimmy Fallon show.
Oh.
And it was President Obama and Jimmy Fallon doing this little bit called, Obama Settles It. And so Jimmy Fallon has these dumb questions like, if you see somebody with some spinach caught in their teeth, do you tell them about it, or do you not tell them about it? And Obama settles it. So they're just basic questions like that. New York style pizza or Chicago style pizza.
Well, what's he going to say?
Obama.
Of course.
Well,
he's gonna say.
oh no, he doesn't.
Really?
But anyway, you should watch this. And it's just President Obama settles it with Jimmy Fallon. It's about a 6-minute bit. And I'm watching this and I'm going, this man is so smart.
Yes.
So natural. So charming.
Yes.
And so completely captivating.
Mm-hmm.
And it just made me really sad.
I know. I miss him so much. Who's this?
It's Barack Obama.
It's a band called Guster.
Oh, I remember. I've heard of them.
Yeah.
Santa Claus, it's Christmas Eve.
Nice.
So there you go. All right, so we will take a break. We will be back with Boner Fight. Stand by for that. And a reasonable amount of news all coming up. Stand by for all of that. BigOTires.com. There is a location near you.
You know, I usually go to the one on Highland Drive, but I have found myself in other places and thought, I need a Big O Tires near me. Where do I find it? I'm in Ogden. Surely there's one here. There's more than one in Ogden.
Mm-hmm. You just
40-something Big O Tires.
Just go to BigOTires.com. You'll find the store near you. Right now, Big O Tires, you can get a free alignment at Big O. They can do a visual inspection while they're doing that of steering and suspension and tire pressure and alignment and all of that stuff. Big O Tires and Service can keep your car running right, and it's very important to have that happen, especially in the winter. So right now you can get $120 in savings on Yokohama, Goodyear, and Continental tires at Big O Tires. Make sure your car and your tires are ready for the winter. Make sure you use Big O Tires because they are the team you trust. And go to your local store and get to know them. BigOTires.com. Because that sounds too nice. It's going to be...
How about avian flu? You feel better about avian flu?
That's the same thing, isn't it?
Yeah, but it
call it-
sounds... I don't know.
Swine flu. You think swine flu?
The Hong Kong flu, the Asian flu. What was the one that there was the big
The
epidemic?
Spanish flu.
Was it the one? Was that the one that killed a
Yeah.
lot of people in the early part of the century? I mean, really,
Yeah.
in America, it killed hundreds and
Spanish
hundreds
flu.
of people. That sounds meaner. Spanish flu.
Don't you laugh at the? You're gonna remember we have a storage room in our house. It's full of toilet paper, just in case.
Just in
Because it
case?
causes such
The bird-
horrible diarrhea.
That's
why.
you're gonna
That's-
run out of stuff, and you're gonna come knocking on my
I
door.
need toilet paper.
Is that the first thing you grab when you loot the store?
when you
loot the store,
not
you run to the
bottled
toilet
water,
paper?
not medicine.
Yeah.
Because you don't think about toilet
Help! Yeah.
I've got coffee filters. I don't
Yeah.
need.
I've got coffee filters.
Yeah, you don't need toilet paper if you've got plenty of coffee filters.
That'll stop up your pipes. Don't put coffee filters.
Well, I'm
in
not
there.
flushing them.
Well, I think isn't all won't the sewage plants shut down
Yeah.
because
Why would plumbing stop?
well
It's
because
not
there won't be
flush.
anybody to operate the plumbing the sewage
Only
plants
for it'll work for a time.
for a time, but pretty soon a post-apocalyptic world, if plumbing goes too,
I don't know, when the power's out, my toilet works.
I don't know. You're
It's not an electric toilet.
It will work for a while. I took a class on surviving the
Did they
zombie
talk about
apocalypse. They
toilets?
talked about this.
What did they say?
Your toilets will be okay for a while, but then the sewage treatment plant stops treating sewage because there's nobody there.
Yeah.
It'll back up.
Then it'll back up,
Yeah.
and it'll be eventually. You'll be able to go for a while.
things get ugly. You watch The Walking Dead.
That's why we're
They
gonna
never
have,
really
that's-
address where they go to the bathroom.
They don't.
Do you know what they don't address? Periods.
Oh. No,
many-
they have
have they
because when
addressed
when they've been
periods?
stealing when they were stealing stuff from a store.
Did they
when they were
say give-
looting? Yeah.
See, I'm good because I had the hysterectomy, so that is one thing I don't have to
So you're-
worry about.
Is that why you had it?
So you're ahead. You're
My
ahead.
doctor said you don't need this. I'm like, no, in the apocalypse, I don't want to deal with having a period. So take it out.
Condom. Condom. Spell it with me now. C-O-N-D-O-M. And now let's use it in some dialogue featuring those two Utah guys, LeVar and LeGrand. We join LeVar and LeGrand as they split a hot fudge sundae and have some postum down to the Snell Groves. Remember, the word of the day is condom.
Oh, ma'am, this is really some good hot fudge. Nobody does fudge like Snell Groves, don't you think, LeVar?
Yeah, I suppose.
Oh, and they make a mean cup of postum, don't they?
Yeah, I guess.
Well, of course, Leatherby's is pretty good, too, like you. Well, you like the Leatherby's, don't you?
Yeah, whatever.
Well, for heck's sakes, LeVar, what is your problem? You are as closed-mouthed as a clam
Oh,
today.
it's nothing against you, LeGrand. I'm just worried about my nephew Varnell. I'm afraid he's gonna have to get married, and he's just too young.
Why, what did he do? Did he get that little girl he was going with pregnant?
Well, she's knocked up all right, but it ain't Varnell's fault. He don't have no experience with women. He didn't know what he was doing. He's a good boy. Varnell is just a little bit knave in the ways of love and sex. He got her in the family way all right, but he was fooled by that little tramp Chanel. She conned him into it. He didn't want to have sex with her, but she conned him into it with those feminine spells and stuff. She conned him, LeGrand.
Now, settle down, LeVar. I believe you. Same thing happened to me when I married Vernille. She used some kind of evil spell to get me to have sex with her, too. Well, not before we was married, of course. But she uses them spells on me now. For heck's sakes, I don't want to have sex with the woman, but somehow she gets me to rise to the deed.
Well, that's what happened with Varnell. I mean, that temptress conned him into the sex deed. I told him this would have been avoided if he'd just wore one of them little rubber things on the end of his tallywhacker. What do you call them things?
I just call them rubbers.
Well, if he'd have had on a rubber, she wouldn't have gotten pregnant, even if he weakened when she conned him into sex. Now, he's not going to be able to open that lawnmower and knife sharpening business he's dreamed of. His life is just over.
Oh, now have some more postum, LeVar.
All right, 9:22. Before we get to Boner Fight, a reasonable amount of news. Boner Fight here in about 6 minutes. A reasonable amount of news brought to you by.
Brought to you by Young Mazda. Lease the new 2021 Mazda CX-5 Sport all-wheel drive for only $245 per month. See the selection at youngmazdautah.com. Young Mazda. Think young, drive young. Offer OAC.
I didn't see it, but there was a new Joe Biden on Saturday Night Live.
Mm-hmm.
Jim Carrey not doing it now. It was Alex Moffat, who's been a cast member.
Yeah, he did fine.
And apparently, people are saying they really like it a lot better. Jim Carrey, I saw him do it a couple of times. Was not. I don't know. There was just something off about it. He didn't quite capture it. And I don't know if they replaced Jim Carrey.
No, he lives in L.A. He's like, I'm not going to fly out to New York every. It was a little thing I wanted to do before the election, but if he went, I don't think he ever intended on doing it past the election.
Well, I'm glad he's not doing it anymore. So the zombie mink problem in Denmark.
Yes.
It's really become awful. Denmark's decision to kill off all of their minks, those little animals, out of fear that the animals could spread a mutated version of COVID-19, well, that's now coming back to haunt them. because the little bastards are rising out of their graves, and slaughtering them might have been illegal to begin with.
Ooh.
A month ago, Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen handed down a national order to cull the country's, that means kill, the country's 15 million plus population of minks that were scattered around farms and all throughout the country, and the farmers who sell off their fur agreed and did just that. They culled them all. The reason, scientists had discovered that minks could catch COVID-19 from humans and have it mutate within their bodies and then transmit it back to people, which government officials feared would screw up vaccination efforts. So they called the shot, and they wiped out all the mink in the country.
Wow.
Or pretty much. Well, not all of the dead mink, most of which suffered from COVID, were able to be incinerated. And so millions of them were buried in mass graves at farms and elsewhere in the country, which might have been a bad idea because, well, they started rising from the graves from the dead. Now, they weren't really coming back to life.
Yeah.
Well, no, they were dead. But their bodies were filling with gas, and it was pushing them back up out of the ground. They didn't bury them deep enough. So a lot of farmers who had agreed to go along with the Prime Minister's order are now hurting. They fear their business will be forever ruined. They're also worried about these dead mink spreading COVID. They should have been incinerated. So they're digging them all up and incinerating them.
I would not want that job. Because
I wouldn't want to be the Prime Minister who's screwed this whole thing up.
Well, because a live mink stinks already, you know.
The Prime Minister has apologized for the rushed decision in the first place, saying she was just doing what she thought was right for keeping my country safe. Dixie State College has recommended, or the Board of Regents at Dixie have recommended that they change the name. Utah Higher Board of Education unanimously voted Friday to recommend a name change. Now, this has to go through the state legislature, so we'll see what happens there.
Yeah, the reasonable, well thought out, not knee-jerk at all state legislature.
The way to watch the Jupiter-Saturn conjunction tonight, I mentioned that before.
Yes.
It's the sunset is at 5:04 p.m. This is the solstice, so this is the shortest, the longest. Yeah, it's 5:04 p.m. This is the longest day of the year. Shortest day of the year, longest night. Anyway, it's at 5:04 p.m. If you look right about sunset in the southwestern sky, just above the horizon, you should see the conjunction of these two stars. It hasn't happened for 400 years.
Which should be kind of clear tonight, I think.
Yeah.
And
it'll happen again in 60 years, but I'm not going to be around to see it.
You don't know that.
Sure do.
There could be medical advances, Bill, between now and
they better come within the week.
I promise I will take your head in a jar outside to look at the
We could put your brain in a robot body, maybe.
Well, maybe.
You won't get to eat.
The 5 most hated holiday gifts, really quickly here at the end.
What's that?
The most hated holiday gifts. These are things that people surveyed said, I just can't stand it when people give me these gifts for the holidays. Number 5, a box of chocolates.
Why would you hate a box of chocolates?
Oh, wait a minute.
Here, I got a box right here. You guys want one?
I want some of those. I like those.
Yeah,
those
you
are
take
the,
one there. Katie, do you want one?
What are those called? The almond rocher?
Rocher.
Yeah, I love those.
I'm taking that back. These are the most popular Christmas gifts. The headline says, the 5 most hated holiday gifts. And then it says, people are always doing lists about holiday gifts that people have. Well, how about we do one that's the gifts that people like?
So they lure you in.
Yeah.
Clickbait.
It's a BuzzFeed trick.
Yep.
It is, yeah. I'm not even going to dignify this list with any kind of news.
Well,
I'm just going to move past it.
Let's just move along to...
It's Boner Fight.
With Radio from Hell on X96.
Okay, here we go. The winner from round one back in the 7 o'clock hour was, well, you got what you deserved. A reporter says she quit her job, left her husband, left her family, so that she could date and she thought eventually marry Pharma Bro Martin Shkreli, one of the most detested men on the planet. He's in jail right now. He'll be getting out, but and I guess he was wooing her, and they got they got romantic together. But since she talked about it, he's just absolutely ghosted her. He has not responded to any of her entreaties.
You would think he'd
At
be,
all.
his options aren't great right now. You'd think he'd be embracing that.
She got what she deserved. That's boner candidate number one. Boner candidate number two, I think that the ACLU Utah is going to have to hire a new lawyer. The staff attorney for ACLU Utah, who was just very recently hired, has been arrested for allegedly firing a gun at a car that had his children inside of it. That's boner candidate number two.
All right, there you go. You've got to decide of these two candidates, which one is the worst, which one should be boner of the day for today. 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number. You put that candidate number in the message of a text, and then you text that to 33986, 1 or 2, the one that you want to win. You can call the producer's booth at 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or you can go online, x96.com. First of all, when you get there, go to the Road homepage on that banner up there and click on that and make your donation to the Road Home. And then go and look for the box that says Boner Fight December 21, 2020. My guess is you're going to have to refresh your browser once you get there to find the Boner Fight vote. So do the donation part first and then the boner voting. All right? There you go. Easy to do. We'll have it at the end of these messages. We'll have your winner. Stand by. It is Boner of the Day. All right. New Dwello Homes.
Listen, grants for down payment assistance to buy a home are back. Get up to $15,312. That's 15%. Excuse me, that's 3.5 or 3. Let me put it this way, or 3.5%. That's the best way.
Okay.
Of your purchase price to buy a home. Now, you text the word money to 62687. That's money to 62687. You don't need to be a first-time home buyer, nothing like that. These are completely forgiven grants within 6 to 36 months. You just need a credit score of 620 or higher, and you have to demonstrate that you're stable, like you've been in the same job for a couple of years or have been going to school for a couple of years. So text the word money to 62687, and New Dwello will text you the requirements for these programs.
The best news that I received in New York, well, the best thing that I learned, okay, is that I never have to go on a cruise again.
Good news, everyone.
That's good. Oh, I
Good
know why.
news, everyone.
I know why. Yeah.
Why?
We went out to Liberty Island, and this is the second time now that Sue has gotten seasick.
You go on a ferry out there.
Yeah. One time before is we took a cruise around the bay up in Seattle. She was just completely messed up the rest of that trip. And this time, it was our last day in New York. We went out, and she got seasick and was just miserable the rest of the day.
So
that is some great news. I never will have to go on a cruise. I've been on one. I'm not a cruise guy.
Yeah.
You know, you're
no matter
either
how old you get.
you are a cruise person or you're not a cruise person, and that's all there is to it.
I've never been on a cruise, but I'm worried I would get on a cruise and discover that I am not a cruise
My wife
person.
got quite seasick on a cruise. I think I would enjoy a cruise if it were the right one.
Well, now, see, that's the thing, is that a friend of mine, my friend next door, neighbor, Buckley, he came over and he said, there's this cruise that we go on every year in October that I think you'd have a lot of fun, and you and Sue should come with us. It's a Halloween cruise to Mexico, and people just get rip-roaring drunk, and they're running around in costumes. And I said, well, two things. I don't think so, because that doesn't sound fun.
Yeah.
I'm trapped on a
That doesn't
boat
really.
with a bunch of lunkheads.
But there's booze.
And second of all...
That doesn't make everything better.
Yeah, believe it or
Really?
not.
No.
Believe it or not. Because, there are just some people who drink I don't like to be around.
Yeah.
And I'll bet they're the same kind of people who like to dress up in Halloween costumes, I mean, imagine being locked in Port au Call on Halloween for 3 days.
Say no more.
See, the worst kind of cruise are those. I mean, do you want to go on a booze cruise? You don't.
You don't.
I'm telling you,
It sounds
you
like
don't.
a good idea.
You just don't want to. Those things that they label as booze cruises.
Didn't you guys go on one in Mexico?
Yeah.
Hawaii.
Hawaii.
We went in Hawaii.
And it was terrible.
Yeah.
It was just terrible. But there's these small cruise companies that are real high end that I think it'd be kind of. Or I'd like to do. There are river cruises where they do cruise adventures on the great rivers of Europe and things like that. I think that'd be,
Now that'd be okay.
a cruise of the Rhine on a boat with maybe it's like 100 other people or something like that with high end gourmet meals but they're expensive.
But I have been spared the hardship that is the cruise. Yeah. So thank you, Sue.
Forever.
Thank you, Sue, for being seasick, for being a landlubber. Thank you.
She doesn't have sea legs?
No sea legs.
It's often said that people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah word of the day, and today's word is...
melon. M-E-L-O-N, melon. Today's word was submitted by friend of the program, Allison P. Allison says she heard this word used on local news during discussion of voter turnout in our past electoral event. Allison didn't specify if the word was used by a newsreader or by someone being interviewed for the news. We can only speculate. Thanks, Allison. And if you hear a Utah word, please send your example to radiofromhell@x96.com. Please put Utah word in the subject line. Again, the word is melon.
Hey there, LeGrand. I got to ask you something.
Okay.
Do I talk funny? Huh? I mean, I recognize that I sound different than some folks that I talk to down at the Golden Hour Center. I mean, I go down there and I play cards with the old folks on Thursday.
Well, I know that you do. But what makes you think that you talk funny? Do you talk different than them Golden Hours folks?
Yeah, some, I guess. I mean, a bunch of them are not original Utahns, and when I say certain things to them, they look at me strange, and then I know I've said something that they didn't get or think was correct.
Well, for instance?
Well, we was talking about the election, and like I said, a bunch of them aren't from Utah, but they said they'd voted anyway, and I said, how did you vote, especially when you weren't in your home state? How did you vote?
And?
All right, it's time to award Boner of the Day.
And that's brought to you in part by Chili and Tamales.
And save up to $120 off Yokohama, Continental, and Goodyear tires with financing available only at your local Big O Tires, the team you trust.
Well, some few of you, voted for number one, the woman who just threw away her life for Martin Shkreli, the pharma pro. But
I think everybody in that story gets what they deserve. That's what I think there.
But many of you, many more of you, liked number two. I think that the ACLU Utah will need to hire a new lawyer, and that was the winner of Boner of the Day.
All right. That is your Boner of the Day for today, December 21st.
Well, it's very busy here at the road home.
Yes.
The Mediathon is very...
You can see how busy it is if you go to x96.com/live. You can see us sitting in various corners.
Oh, look, there's Santa.
They're out of
he's just
sausages,
walking by.
too. They're out of sausages.
Oh, Santa, hello.
By the way, we talk about the good-looking Santa, and we
Yes.
interviewed him earlier, or I did.
Mhm.
There's a picture of him, quite a nice picture of him on the Road Home website.
And I posted a picture of us with him last year on all my social media.
So you can call to make your donations at 801-819-7300. You can speak to one of our operators, and they will take your donation over the phone. Or you can go online, x96.com, and donate there. You know, do we have an interview here? Is this...
Yeah.
Aspen Perry we're going to talk to here. All right, let's go ahead. Roll that.
This is a board member of the Road Home. Her name is Aspen Perry, and she's been on the board. We were talking a little bit off the air for a couple of years. Aspen, why did you get involved in the Road Home as a board member?
You know, I really admired the work that the Road Home was doing, and when I was researching things, they just seemed to have a more innovative approach to the way they were handling things. They were piloting different programs. And I really just wanted to be a part of the work that they were doing.
It's now you've only been on the board 2 years, but you've the other people we've talked to have been 5 years, 6 years, 7 years. Is this something you foresee keeping up with? And you must like it. You're still there.
I know, yes. I definitely do see myself with the Road Home for a while. I really like being a part of the organization, and I don't see needs of homeless services going down anytime soon, unfortunately.
Yeah.
As much as our goal is to not exist as an organization, I think that the need will still be there, and I would be honored to continue to be a part of the team.
I think that's interesting. You said our goal is to not exist as an organization. Is that something that is actually spoken aloud in the meetings, and so that everybody kind of agrees that's what needs to happen?
It is. There's several meetings on various, the group has different subcommittees that help service projects, things of that nature. And so I've heard that said in various committee meetings as well as the board meetings, the regular, it's kind of the catchphrase, like, what do we need to do so that we don't exist anymore and everybody has a home? How do we get here?
That'd be great. Aspen Perry, board member of the Road Home. As you look over what you've been doing for the last couple of years, what are some of the critical needs that you see for the Road Home?
Some of the more critical needs, really, funding is a huge thing, especially as we grow and continue to develop these resource center models and look at the various ways to do kind of a holistic, rounded approach at solving homelessness. Another thing that's not as commonly considered is writing into your legislators about affordable housing. The ultimate goal with the Road Home, we are a housing-first organization, and if homes aren't affordable, people can't live in them.
Yeah.
So reaching out to your legislators, donating funds, donating in-kind items, all those things help tremendously.
If you want to make a financial donation, a monetary donation, you can do that right now at 801-819-7300. That's 819-7300. Call. There are people there right now to take your pledges and your donations. Make sure you tell them that you're doing it on behalf of X96 because we want to show everybody else up and show them we can raise the most money. Aspen,
it is a contest.
Yes, life is a contest.
First and foremost, make sure.
Yeah.
that.
So Aspen, you would do communications, I know, on the board, and try and help with messaging. And I was wondering, do you think there's one big misconception about the Road Home that people have in general?
I think one of the bigger misconceptions is just that we are only an emergency shelter service when really there are so many other programs that the Road Home provides. We do permanent supportive housing, which is a way to give a more affordable housing and rent to people who otherwise it would be out of reach for, like our veterans, people with disabilities, people on a very fixed income. We try to communicate out that we are a housing-first organization, and And at the end of the day, getting people back home, I mean, it's in the name, the road home, that is our ultimate goal.
Yeah, and I think that's great. The misconception is we're not just a soup kitchen and a roof over people's heads for a night. It's getting them on the road to home.
Exactly. And I mean, we definitely want people coming into those emergency shelters if they need us, because that is our first key, kind of our first touch point to connect them to different programs, different emergency type services, healthcare, with the 4th Street Clinic, things of that nature. So they come to us with whatever you need. We'll be here.
All right. Aspen Perry, thanks a lot for talking with us, and I just thank you for what you do. It's a great thing, and I'm really happy you were there.
Well, thank you, and I can't thank X96 and Radio from Hell enough for giving us this airtime and letting us reach out to our broader community. This is a huge push for us this time of year, so we greatly appreciate your dedication as well.
It's our pleasure. All right, Aspen Perry.
Thank you.
All right. 801-819-7300 is the number to call to make your donation, or go online to x96.com.
It is a little weird not being there this year.
It is strange.
But
I mean, for how many years have we done this?
Well, how many years have we been owned by? When we were bought by Simmons Media, and that
15 years at least.
Yeah.
15 years at least, maybe more.
All right.
And sorry, go ahead, Kerry.
No, it's just a guy in the chat room says that he is also missing us not being there because there's not enough loud a-holes laughing in the background.
Well, they have plenty. They usually have plenty of time to do something other than radio when they're down there.
And Matt is asking, are we going to have Governor Herbert on for one final time? Probably not.
Don't think so.
Probably not. So, because it's all virtual this year. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll be back. We'll wrap things up here at the end, right after these. And now a message from the State of Utah COVID Task Force.
If you go to coronavirus.utah.gov, there's all kinds of information there. There's information about vaccines, for instance, and when and how you might be available or you might be eligible for it. But please remember, you still need to keep doing all of those things that have been stressed over the last few months to keep you and your family and your neighbors safe.
I just went to that website, coronavirus.utah.gov, and there's a button there that says holiday tips. This is a whole section just on how to be safe over the holidays, and lots of different suggestions there. Of course, staying home by yourself is the best way. But if you're going to go visit people, there are recommendations for how to do that.
There are a few things that have been changed there, particularly about quarantine and how that should be handled. So to find out, go to coronavirus.utah.gov.
'Tis the season for
20 warning signs your liver is sending you right now.
What are you? Why are you looking directly at me?
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
Now, before we get started, I'm concerned because our announcer there says, because people love a good list. I don't think so.
How do you know?
We're getting complaints about these lists.
List complaints?
I haven't seen them.
And I'm like, well, what's... And they said, well, get a good list.
Well...
I'm like, these are good lists.
I think this is a helpful list.
This could be a lifesaver for me.
And it's
apparently.
Just... Because you don't find a list interesting doesn't mean it's not a good list.
Okay, so number one, 20 warning signs your liver's trying to send you.
Uh-huh.
You have super itchy skin.
Uh-oh.
It's an early sign. It might just be dry, but if it's becoming a regular thing, it might be worth getting checked out, especially if it's itchy also. It's an indicator of cirrhosis of the liver.
Uh-oh.
Really?
Number two, your skin or eyes are turning yellow.
Uh-oh.
Well, yeah, that's a sign.
Seeing the whites of your eyes start to
Jaundice,
turn yellow, it's jaundice.
Yeah.
And it could mean your liver's in trouble.
That's what all of these mean.
Yeah. You've gained a lot of weight.
Uh-oh.
Your liver may be to blame. Another symptom of liver
You don't need to say
cirrhosis.
that every time.
Do you know what liver cirrhosis is?
It's when your liver cirrhosis is.
The disease develops slowly, replacing healthy liver tissue with scar tissue, blocking blood flow through the liver, inhibiting the organ from working properly.
Right. Believe me, I know that.
But then a conflicting symptom,
What's that?
you're losing weight.
Well,
So which one do you pay attention
don't-
to?
I don't
But
know.
see, that
Okay.
one's a red flag for Hep C. So either you have cirrhosis or Hep C. So they're both bad.
Well, I wish my liver would make up my mind.
Your palms are red. Is this-
Uh-oh.
Well, I mean, I'm naturally pink.
could be due to fatty liver disease. If
Okay.
your palm, I always
Okay.
say that wrong. Palms.
It's palms.
Your sleep schedule's out of whack.
Yo, whoa!
Culprit?
Liver.
Liver.
Mhm.
Liver
Yeah.
cirrhosis.
I don't know. You're giving the liver an awful lot of
Your
credit
memory's
here.
gotten worse.
What?
No, that's just with age.
What are we talking about? Yes?
You're always tired.
What?
All of these
Uh-oh.
symptoms are
These are just being a person, all of these
Yeah.
things.
A person who has to get up at 3 in the morning.
Your appetite's disappeared. That hasn't happened.
No.
You're a man experiencing enlarged breasts.
Uh-oh.
Again.
No, that's just aging.
I'm working on them.
That's just aging.
Your personality's changing.
Shut up.
You bruise easily.
Oh! Look at this.
You have swollen legs and ankles.
No.
No, you're good there?
No.
Yeah.
You feel confused.
About what? Where?
I'm in radio, of course.
What?
You have body pains. This is a list of...
Again, these are all things. This is this is the kind of list that people are complaining about.
These are all things that can happen for any reason.
You're bloated.
What?
Your urine is dark.
It's no.
You're okay with... It's
Yeah,
lemonade?
No, it's
Okay.
it's pink.
You can't concentrate. It's pink. That's another problem.
Seems fine to me. It's gaily colored.
You have dry eyes or a dry mouth. All those things, none of those things.
Well,
Again, these are all things that happen to people.
Yeah.
I don't think it has anything to do with cirrhosis.
No, it's.
But it could.
It could.
This is a terrible
It
list.
could also have something to do with
You know
leprosy.
what? I'm going to write an email. Dear Radio from Hell, I hate the lists.
But the liver holds a special place in the heart. You got to.
That's true.
That's what. Yes,
We
it
hope
does.
you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
Whatever we're doing here is brought to you by Strong Volkswagen. Unlock stronger pricing at strongvw.com.
I
Tell you what, here's a way to raise some money. Let me turn
What's
turn the crowd microphone off since we're Here's how we raise some money for the road home. I will play this version of Donde Está Santa Claus until we get a donation. If we get a donation, then I'll stop playing it. How about that?
And the toys that he will leave, Mamacita.
No, that's
I'm going to play it until we get another donation. 801-819-7300.
It's Christmas Eve.
You better call and tell them to stop playing that song.
I know that I should be sleeping, but maybe he's not far away.
That is terrible.
This is completely ruining this song.
To see him in his sleigh. I hope he won't forget.
Let's see if they say peeing out the window.
He just said peeping.
Oh, did they just say that?
Well, they changed the words too.
I mean,
Okay, that's enough.
well, I'm waiting for
801-819-7300 or x96.com. Donate now for the road
Okay.
home.
Oh, there we go. We got it. Okay. All right. I'll stop.
Yuck.
I will
Man.
stop now then.
By the way, speaking of Santa Claus, and his reindeer.
Mm-hmm.
Is it Donner
Or Donder?
or Donder?
The classic, Bill. The classic.
Okay.
Is Donner, right?
No, is Donder.
It's
The
Donder.
original, but over time, people with their lazy speech, it evolved into Donner. But the original, A Visit from
You've-
St. Nicholas story.
You've had some research. You've researched this. a bit,
Yes.
huh? Yeah. So it's Comet and Cupid,
Mm-hmm.
Donner and
Blitzen.
Blitzen.
Mm-hmm.
Donner and Blitzen.
Mm-hmm.
Elmo and Roscoe.
Now you're adding reindeer.
Oh, I thought there were two. I thought Elmo and Roscoe were two.
No.
So it's just those four? Are there more than
Comet?
Well, there's eight
Comet
tiny
and
reindeer.
Cupid. Yeah, Comet and Cupid.
You know Dasher and Dancer and
Dancer,
Donner and
Prancer and
Blitzen.
Vixen, Comet and Cupid and Donner.
Oh, no, wait.
Yeah,
Dasher,
see.
Dancer,
You know
Prancer,
Dasher and Dancer and Prancer and
Prancer and
Vixen,
Vixen.
Comet and Cupid and Donner.
Donner and Blitzen.
Okay. So Roscoe and Elmo
There's
are
no
not.
Roscoe and
So,
Elmo.
well, but here's my next query. You know, that song is how old? Wouldn't
Wow.
those reindeer be dead by now? Or
No.
They're magic
No, they're
reindeer,
magical.
Carrie. Come on.
they're
How
magical.
old is Santa,
Yes.
Carrie? Come on.
well,
It's magic.
You know,
Santa
We
is.
need, we need more magic in our lives now.
That's right. That's why I flew to the North Pole.
We need
And I gave
magic.
Santa the COVID vaccine.
I need magic somewhere.
Well, good luck. Good luck finding it.
We need a little Christmas right this very minute.
From what Broadway show?
Oh,
Quickly.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's from a Broadway show.
Is it?
Mame.
That's from Mame?
Yeah.
It always sounded very, very demanding. For
Well,
We need a little right this very minute.
yeah, she wasn't
that.
waiting.
And I always thought that the song "Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas" that sounds like a Christmas swear. Why don't you just go on and have yourself a merry little Christmas, okay? Why don't you do that?
You know, you think that sounds like a swear because you don't know how to. Apparently.
Why don't you just go and have yourself a merry little Christmas?
Although when you've told me to F off on occasion, it's pretty convincing.
It's because I reserve it. It's not something that happens very often.
When you say F you, Bill, I know. I go, oh, well, she means
Well,
it and I've gone
impact.
too far.
Now back to the reindeer. Someone has
Yeah.
posted a very good question. Now, if Santa can see what you're doing all the time,
He knows when you're sleeping.
yeah.
He knows when
Knows
you're
when
awake.
you're
First of all,
awake, yeah.
creepy. Second of all, he would have known that Rudolph was being bullied, and he chose to do nothing about it. So he's kind of a dick.
Well,
Dick move,
well,
Santa.
Rudolph.
It toughened him up.
learned
Rudolph
how to-
needs
yeah.
some toughening up. As a matter
Learn
of
how to
fact,
take care of
here's
himself.
the other reindeer were treating him just fine, but Santa said, you know, Rudolph needs a little toughening up. Why don't you guys work on him for a while?
I don't know. Sounds like a dick move, Santa. You'll have to talk to him and see.
Yeah.
All right, you got the promo?
I don't.
801-819-7300. Call and make your donations now. We are in the lead of the other stations, but they're catching up, so let's get going on this. 801-819-7300, or go to x96.com and donate there using your credit card. It's secure. You just follow a couple of links there, and it'll get you there. All right.
Great.
You ready? Mm-hmm. The Road Home Mediathon has begun, so join us for Day 2 with Tuesday's Radio from Hell show.
We do this every year, and sadly this year we're doing it virtually, but you can still donate at x96.com. Just make sure that you say it's for X96.
Of course, we'll still be doing Boner of the Day and other fun things, so join us, donate, and start your holiday break with Tuesday's Radio from Hell show on X96.
All right. There we go. So if you go to x96.com and click on the links there, it'll take you to a window where you can see it's called the the Holiday Mediathon dashboard.
Don't forget those two concerts that you can bid
Yes.
on too. I see that the Blue October concert has a few bids now, but Kurt Bester doesn't. I didn't think he had any when I looked last time. So, this would be a great holiday gift for your mother. If you go, find the link. It'll take you to an eBay auction page, and then Kurt Bester or Blue October, and they will do a virtual concert in your house, a private concert just for you. The highest bidder wins that opportunity.
How cool would that be, huh? Yeah. All right. I think we're good. Todd will take over from here with the donations, so keep them coming. Fine job, Katie. Thank you. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
Everyone's always a few drinks behind me.
Corey is next.